You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you're an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have a right to appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of notice of the decision, and that court may overturn the decision of this board. If you're an objector to any type of variance and the variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of the decision of this board. If you do file an appeal of the board's decision, we ask that in addition to complying with any notice required by statute or court rule, that you serve a copy of your pleadings on the zoning board secretary. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. Members of the public, in addition to adequate notice on the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting was placed on the City of Newark's website as permitted by statute. Members of the public may notify the host if you would like to ask questions or make statements by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your computer screen or mobile device. If you are calling in on your telephone, you can press *9 to alert us to the same. I note that the board is a quasi-judicial board, and if an appeal is taken, we're required to provide a copy of the official transcript of the proceeding to the Superior Court. The chat is not part of the official transcript, so I'd ask that you refrain from using the chat. We want to make sure that any questions you're answered, the answer to your question, and any statement you have is properly recorded in the official transcript. Additionally, when you use the chat, it pops up on the screen. It's disruptive. It's akin to speaking out loud, out of turn, if we were meeting in public. So I'd ask you to refrain from using the chat. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member Hall.
Present.
Member Hardesty. Member Jones.
Present.
Member Rivero.
Present.
Member
Hardesty
Copeland.
present.
Member Cobian.
Present.
Chair Alphonse.
Present. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? Requests for adjournments or postponements. I see Council Moore. Let's bring Council Moore in.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, members.
Council, you're here on Shanley Avenue?
That's correct.
This is application ZBA-24-66, 37 Shanley Avenue. Are there any persons with an interest in this application? If so, please identify yourself by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. I'd ask you to do so now. If you're on the telephone, you can press *9 to alert us. I see one raised hand. Telephone number ending in 549. Can you identify yourself, please?
Hello, my name is Deborah Edwards. I am a homeowner at 40-42 Shanley Avenue.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. And are you an objector on this application?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Counsel,
Hey, good evening. For the record, Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Pog on behalf of the applicant AC&J Restoration Group Corp. We are asking for an adjournment. The applicant is in the process of revising its plans, in particular the design, so that we would ask for the next available meeting and that all notices be preserved, and we would consent to any extension of time.
thank you. Counsel, I wonder if your client would agree, even though it's not required, to post any new date if the board does grant you that adjournment on the sign on the property, and to agree to send out notices of the new date via regular mail. Is that something your client would agree to, counsel?
Yes, we would agree. I have no issue with that.
Ms. Edwards, the council is asking for an adjournment. If the board grants that adjournment, council has agreed on behalf of her client to post the new date of the hearing on the sign on the property and to send out a new notice by regular mail. You have any questions, Ms. Edward?
No, I will await the adjournment. But
Okay.
having a 2-family, 2.5-family, and a 1-family residential district is distracting. It's going to get busy. It's going to be noisy. I don't even care if they have off-the-street parking. If visitors come over, it's a mess. We already have it on the back end of Shanley in the backyard area. There's that's a multi-family block.
Yeah.
Understood. I hope if the board grants this adjournment, that you'll come and ask any questions and voice your opinion at that time.
Yes.
Here,
Yes.
has asked for, you need a date far in advance, you said, counsel?
No, we're resubmitting the previous design, so I believe the next available date was sometime in May. Whatever dates are available in May would be fine with the applicant.
I think we're looking at May 15th. Is that correct, Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
May I have a motion to adjourn this matter to May 15th?
Motion.
Second,
Motion Hall, second Comesañas. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
yes.
Member Jones, Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes.
Member
The matter is adjourned. That was Commissioner Jones voting yes. The matter is adjourned to May 15th. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Are there any further requests for adjournments or postponements? Further requests for adjournments or postponements? If none, call the first case, please.
The time is now 6:18 p.m. The first item on tonight's agenda is a res judicata consideration of ZBA 22-51 and ZBA 23-34 located at 249-257 Mount Prospect Avenue. In the R4 zone, the applicant 249-257 Mount Prospect Ave, Urban Renewal LLC, was denied on March 2nd, 2023 for construction of a 6-story 50 residential unit building with 27 parking spaces. The applicant is currently proposing construction of a 5-story multifamily residential building with 50 units and 25 parking spaces. This application was adjourned from the January 23rd hearing to this date.
Would everyone on this team, is this your case, counsel Donat?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'd ask everyone on Mr. Donat's team to raise your hand so we can identify you. 249, 257 Mount Prospect Avenue. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's located in Newark's Forest Hill neighborhood on the southeastern corner of the intersection of Mount Prospect and 3rd Avenue. The total site area is approximately 15,580 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of low-rise, multifamily dwelling, accessory parking lot, offices, and other commercial uses. Council, is your entire team in?
Mr. Chair, we need to allow, Mr. William Stemmel, okay? John Halsey, Fred Troa, We need our architect, Mr. Chairman. There we go. Our entire team is here, Mr. Chair.
Right, are there, this is res judicata application ZBA 22 51 and ZBA 23 34, 249 to 257 Mount Prospect Avenue. Are there any objectors to this application? If objectors to this application, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I'd ask you to do so now. I see one raised hand. Screen name identified iPhone 2. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Oh, there you go.
Hi, are
Can you
you,
hear?
yes, are you an objector on this application?
Yes, I am.
And what is your name?
Marilyn?
Hi, okay, well, welcome.
Thank you.
We'll let you know when it is time for you to be able to ask questions.
Okay.
Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, municipal staff. This is Attorney Roosevelt Dona of the law firm Murphy, Schiller, and Wilkes, appearing on behalf of applicant 249-257 Mount Prospect Avenue Urban Renewal LLC. Tonight, Mr. Chair, prior to hopefully our presentation of this application, we do have a res judicata hearing. And I would like to begin our presentation with establishing the elements in order to defeat res judicata. First, the applicant must demonstrate that there is a substantial change in conditions or circumstances affecting the property. It is our position, Mr. Chair, that this application does meet both criteria in that this application was presented as a 6-story multifamily dwelling with 50 units and 27 parking spaces off-site. Additionally, we originally sought D1 and D5 variance relief. The use was not permitted. Since our preliminary application, the zoning plan has changed. The use is permitted. The application was reduced, the project size was reduced from a 6-story multifamily dwelling to a 5-story. Additionally, we also now have 25 parking spaces. I would also like to add that the New Jersey Supreme Court has established vis-a-vis Smith v. Jones that any substantial amendment in a zoning ordinance justifies a new hearing for a previously denied application, which was the case here. So with that, Mr. Chairman, having established those elements, it is our position that this application should move forward, having defeated res judicata.
And are there any questions for counsel? Questions for counsel from the board? Commissioner Riviera.
So go over, you guys are lowering one floor. Was it a rooftop? I don't remember the application, and that's why I'm asking.
It was a floor that had apartments on it, Mr.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Are there any questions from the public regarding this res judicata matter? Any questions from the public?
I mean, I don't have a question. I have an objection.
Ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
Could you state your name and your address, please, for the record?
Marilyn, 239 Mount Prospect.
Your name is Marilyn?
Marilyn Figueroa, 239 Mount Prospect.
Thank you, Ms. Figueroa.
Sure.
Do you have a question? Do you have a statement?
I have an objection, yes.
Okay,
So my big issue is I've been living here since 1997. This 50 apartment, if I'm correct, 50 apartments with 25 parking spaces. Where is the other 25 people parking? And where are their families going to park? We have a funeral right across the street from my home, and there is no parking 80% of the time. I literally right now park in another person's home, paying $200 a month so I could park because there is no on-street parking. This is gonna be a nightmare. Already, this funeral gets all the city of Newark officials. I'm sure that you've been there before, Alvarez, funerals, and we can't get in with my kid from school when I go food shopping. It's a nightmare. This is gonna be, I mean, I get this is investment for someone, but this, people live here. This is our home. And we can't find parking.
Look for lots of clouds with a high of 61
Understood.
degrees Fahrenheit and a
Thank
low
you.
of 51 degrees.
Any further comments from either the board or the community? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to hear the case.
There's a motion that res judicata does not apply. May I have a second?
Second.
Motion, Comesaña, second Hall. Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
No. Res judicata, the board has determined res judicata does not apply. Call the case, please.
The time is now 6:26 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 23 34, located at 249 257 Mount Prospect Avenue, Block 531, lots 66 and 68 in the North Ward. The applicant is 249 257 Mount Prospect Ave, Urban Renewal LLC. In the R4 zone, the applicant proposes a new 5-story building with 50 apartments and 25 parking spaces. Applicant is seeking a D5 variance for insufficient lot area per dwelling unit and C variances for exceeding maximum lot coverage, insufficient front yard setback ×2, insufficient side yard setback, insufficient rear yard setback, and insufficient off-street parking. Site plan approval is required.
The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to 249 to 257 Mount Prospect Avenue. It's located in Newark's Forest Hill neighborhood on the southeastern corner of the intersection of Mount Prospect and Third Avenues. The total site area is approximately 15,580 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of a low-rise multifamily dwelling, accessory parking lot, offices, and other commercial uses. Council, once again, your appearance for the record, please.
Attorney Roosevelt Donat of the law firm Murphy, Sherwin Wilks, Mr. Chair, appearing on behalf of 249 257 Mount Prospect Avenue, Urban Renewal LLC.
Thank you. The record will reflect there is one objector. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board and municipal staff. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening, seeking variance relief as well as site plan approval in connection with the establishment of a 5-story building with 50 apartments and 25 parking spaces. The variance relief, as described by Madam Secretary, is accurate. We would like to reflect that for the record, Mr. Chair. With that, we have a number of professionals with us tonight to help establish the case for approval. We'd like to get to calling them before the board, so we might put forth this presentation.
Let's get to it then.
Our first witness, Mr. Chair, is architect John Halsey.
Mr. Halsey, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You're on mute, Mr. Halsey. You're on mute, Mr. Halsey. Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Halsey, for the benefit of the board, might you please state your full name, your affiliation to this application, provide your educational qualifications, and also state whether or not your licenses are in good standing and full effect in the state of New Jersey.
And right before you do that, Mr. Halsey, I didn't hear you agree that that your testimony would be true. Do you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I agree.
Okay, and Mr. Halsey, you've appeared before this board in the past, correct?
Yes,
And is your architectural license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
yes,
We'll recognize Mr. Halsey as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Halsey, for the benefit of the board, are you familiar with the plans that have been prepared in connection with this evening's application?
yes,
You are familiar with the zone plan?
yes,
Full force and
yes,
effect?
I am responsible for the plans.
And you are familiar with the zone plan in effect presently, correct?
Yes.
For the benefit of the board, might you please describe the plans you prepared in connection of with this application?
Okay. The property at 249, 257 Mount Prospect Avenue is currently a vacant lot. The lot is mostly flat, but it slopes down towards the east on 3rd Avenue. There is an existing 5-story building across the site, just for context and reference, as well as another multi-unit building across the corner. We have the project was previously submitted, as you know, as a 5-story, 50-unit building with 25 parking spaces and no amenity spaces. We have revised the architectural plans to propose the following: a 5-story building. The 5-story building still remains. There are 48 apartment units, 2 less than before, 39 parking spaces with 4 additional EV parking credits, which brings the total to 43 parking spaces. There's a lounge and
Did we lose Mr. Halsey?
Mr. Halsey?
He seems to have
I
frozen.
think so. I can't hear anything.
It seems as soon as he put up this, he shared a screen. He's frozen. Mr. Halsey, do you hear us now?
Yes. Mr. Halsey?
Let's Mr. Halsey?
Please, give us 1 second, please. I'm trying to reconnect.
I got my
Turn on.
photo on there.
It's a good looking photo though, Mr. Halsey.
Well, is it satisfactory? I'm not sure what happened to me.
So as soon as you started sharing your screen, you froze. So
Okay.
that may be a problem.
Okay.
So now we've even lost your picture.
You can ask me, you can.
Asking if we can
Is
continue.
that okay with that?
I don't know if I can get my
Your
get
camera,
back on the screen. Is my photo profile okay?
it's very dapper looking there. You're going to share your screen.
It's a few years out of date.
Those are the ones I prefer to use.
Okay.
You can continue, John.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry for the interruption. Shall I continue here?
Yes.
Please.
Please,
Okay.
John.
Uh, the setbacks, how the building sits on the site. The building is set back on Mount Prospect 8 feet and 6 feet. There's a couple of building breaks in the wall. Front setback on Third Avenue would be 1 foot. The right side setback would be 3 feet. The rear yard setback is approximately 17 feet and 20 feet at the driveway. From Mount Prospect Avenue, it's a 5-story building. From Third Avenue, it's a 6-level building, which includes the parking area because the Third Avenue slopes down and that level appears. The ground parking floor will contain 25 spaces plus additional 14 spaces on a parking deck system. It's a vehicle lift system, which will allow 2 vehicles to stack in 1 parking space. And we have a spec sheet here for the this parking system. It's a hydraulic system with an electrical supply service, has safety features. And I will defer to the applicant to explain the logistics of how the users will operate this. So continuing with the ground floor, there is access to the parking area through a 2-way driveway on Third Avenue. The parking area will also have a utility room, an office, a trash room, a refuse room with a compactor, and an enclosed refuse area to contain the trash bags. And there are retaining walls being proposed at the rear and the right side of the ground floor. And we have 2 handicap spaces, 1 for a car and 1 for a van. And we're also proposing 8 electrical vehicle stations, each one with a charging unit. The first floor will contain 9 apartments. Throughout the building, there's 2 stair cores and 1 elevator. Floors 2 to 4 will contain 10 apartments per floor. Floor 5 will contain 9 apartments and the amenity space and the exercise room. There will be a roof terrace with a trellis, pergola type structure of about 900 square feet. And that's for day, night, gathering, lounging, whatnot, and sunbathing. There will be a small barbecue grill for the tenants, and it will be surrounded by a 48-inch steel fence around the deck. The typical floor, each floor will contain 1 bedroom apartments between 704 to 787 square feet. The 2-bedroom apartments range between 985 to 1,215 square feet. The distribution of the apartments is 17 one-bedroom apartments with 1 bathroom each, 31 two-bedroom apartments with 2 bathrooms each. Each unit will have a washer and dryer. All units will be type A, accessible, ADA adaptable units. All units will have P-tax for heating and cooling for each unit. The ground floor and exterior of the building will be adequately lit, as well as landscaped with trees on 3rd Avenue and Mount Prospect Avenue. The exterior finishes are red brick on the first 2 levels, AZEK panels on the upper levels, forming a design composition on the facade. There is clapboard siding, a dark gray. It's actually steel, a steel type horizontal clapboard siding, and there are some AZEK copper panels. The proposed height of the building from Mount Prospect Avenue would be approximately 51 feet to the roof and approximately 63 feet from the ground level down here on 3rd Avenue. And we will meet the required transparency on Mount Prospect and 3rd Avenue. And finally, I'd just like to comment, this project, I believe, is an asset to the neighborhood, will help provide needed housing in the area, and the building will not be a detriment to the area. We have read the engineer's report, and we will comply with all items in it. We have given testimony on the size range for each apartment. We have reduced the density number. It is now 324.5 square feet per unit. Previously, it was 311 square feet. We have reduced the number of units to 48 from previously 50. We have provided amenity space and a roof deck space for the tenants. And we are requesting a variance for impervious coverage, for the maximum is 75%, and we're proposing 95%. And that's it for now.
Council,
No further questions of this witness.
are there any questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect? Mr. Traficante.
Sir,
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and title for the record.
My name is Charles Traficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am in the employment of the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the State Board.
Mr. Traficante.
All right, Mr. Halsey, have you seen the new report from the Department of Engineering dated March 20th of this year?
Yes, I have.
Is there anything can you comply with all comments and?
No, I don't have any comments. We will comply. Some items have already been answered, but We will comply with all of the comments.
So there's nothing you take exception to.
No.
All right.
So council, just to be clear, as a condition of approval, your applicant agrees to comply with each and every condition set forth in the engineering report, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Council, did you receive a report from the Department of Water and Sewer in this matter?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair.
Council, does your applicant also, as a condition of approval, agree to comply with each and every condition set forth in the memo from the Department of Water and Sewer?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the architect? Further questions from the board for the architect?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
yes, Mr. Halsey, just, can you go over how many units it will be now that you're proposing, the applicant's proposing?
How many units?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's 48 total. 17 one-bedroom units, 31 two-bedroom units.
And what's allowable based on this lot size?
41.
So you're still over, you're proposing 7 extra units now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, is there any way we could eliminate some of these units?
Yeah, sure, there is a way, but we do have an owner, a developer that has certain needs and goals in the development of this project. And that would be, I can't speak directly to that.
Commissioner Hall,
Well,
is there any number of units that you have in mind that you'd like to see?
Well, I mean, I would like to see it reduce to bring down the density of the project and also to bring down the parking requirement. So I would like to hear if they would consider reducing the amount of units.
Mr. Hall, this is the developer, Max Reynoso. I'm actually the owner.
Hold on. I don't know who you are. I don't want to know who you are unless your counsel wants us to know who you are. So,
Mr. Chair.
need a moment, counsel?
If I may, Mr. Reynoso, although he did speak out of turn, is the owner applicant on the project, Mr. Chair. Pardon me for the interruption.
No. Do you need a moment to speak with your?
Yes, if I may.
Let's 3 minutes.
Please.
We're off the record until 6:50.
Recording stopped.
Oh, can we hear? Oh.
Okay, if we can get back, council is back. If everyone could log on again, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you for
Recording
allowing
in progress.
Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me a moment to have a conversation with owner applicant. Respectfully, Mr. Chair, applicant came before this board and heard the concerns and acted on those concerns, namely reducing the building height as well as the unit count. And in understanding that and hearing from the resident that there is concern with respect to parking, the building story height was reduced, the unit count was reduced, parking was increased from 25 and now to 44. And after reviewing the plans, we are able to comply actually with a one-to-one parking and apartment count. So owner applicant would respectfully like to stay at the one-story reduction and apartment reduction at 48 units, Mr. Chair, and increase the parking to be one-to-one.
Sounds like that's a very well stated no. Is that fair, council? On the reduction of the density?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Hall, any further questions?
We can move along.
Commissioner Comisanias. You're muted.
Oh, can we get?
I'm sorry, you are muted once again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Can we get clarification on what the original submission was and what the difference is with this submission?
I believe the testimony, counsel, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the original submission for this evening's meeting was a 5-story building with 50 units. During his testimony.
48, Mr. Chair, pardon me.
I'm sorry, the original.
Yes.
The original was 5 stories, 50 units. During his testimony, the architect advised us that it had been reduced. The unit size count has been reduced to 48, and it now stands at 5 stories, 48 units.
I'm sorry, was there parking and an elevator in the original submission?
Mr. Halsey, if you can answer?
Yes.
So you had parking, you had an elevator, you just there was a discrepancy as to whether it was adequate for that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and currently you are one-to-one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the architect? Ms. Juma. Ms. Juma?
I'm here. I'm
Yes.
trying to get my camera to work. Good evening, Nana Juma, zoning officer. I do have a question for the architect. I believe I just heard him answer Commissioner Comesanya's question regarding parking, and he stated that he has one-to-one, meaning one parking space for each apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because that's not what our agenda reflects.
If,
It's
Mr. Chair, if I may correct our project architect, there is a way for owner applicant and project team to make the parking one-for-one. At present, to support zoning officer Juma, the presentation was not submitted at one-to-one, but the owner applicant can revise plans to make parking one-to-one.
And who's gonna
And we have traffic engineer, we have an entire team to speak to parking, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So
Thank
that's
you.
to be testified to. Commissioner Comisanias.
No, I will patiently wait the testimony. That's cool with me.
Okay. Are there
Mr.
any other questions from the board for the architect?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would
Yes.
also like to address Mr. Komisani's questions regarding what's different from the previous application and this one that you're hearing tonight. In terms of the variances, the D1 variance was removed and the building type variance was removed. That's also listed in your planner's report to the board.
Are there any further questions for the architect from the board? Are there questions from the public for the architect? Does the objector have a question for the architect?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have a question for the architect, ma'am?
So I guess I'm not, if he says it's 1-to-1, I'm guessing it's one parking right to one person, one apartment?
Well, ma'am, actually, he did not testify to that.
Okay,
Appears we're gonna hear from someone else regarding that.
gotcha.
I see a hand raised, Susan Scher. Ms. Scher, could you unmute yourself and turn on your video? Do you have and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, it's correct. It's Shear.
Ms. Scher, do you have a question for the architect?
Yes, I do.
Could you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Susan Shear, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue.
Thank you.
I just had a question because I heard about the one-to-one parking. However, how many of them were EV spots?
Well, we don't have that testimony yet, so let's hold off.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I see no other questions for the architect council.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to invite our project engineer forward to provide his testimony.
And your project engineer is?
Mr. Harrison Barnett.
Mr. Barney, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth? Thank you. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name, address, and relationship to this application, please.
Yes, name is Harrison Barney. I work with E2 Project Management and office located at 87 Hibernia Avenue in Rockaway, New Jersey. And my affiliation with the project is I'm the civil engineer. I prepared the proposed grading plan and stormwater management plan and utility plan.
Council? Well, Mr. Barney, have you appeared before this board before?
Yes, I've appeared before Newark before, yes.
And before this zoning board?
I believe it was the site plan, planning board.
Right, council?
Mr. Barnett, for the benefit of the board, might you please state whether or not you're familiar with the zone plan in force for this property?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the plans.
Please provide a description of the plans you've prepared in connection with this application.
Okay, so I have prepared a set of plans dated December 9th, 2024.
And right before you get into those plans, Mr. Barney, if you could just tell us a little bit about your expertise in the area of engineering.
Sure. I have my Bachelor's of Science in Engineering from Rutgers University. I'm licensed in the state of New Jersey as a professional engineer. My license is current and in good standing, and I've appeared before numerous boards across New Jersey, as well as the planning board for Newark.
Thank you. We're going to accept Mr. Barney as an expert in the field of engineering. I'm sorry, please continue.
Thank you. Yep. Yeah, so we have prepared a small set of plans, which I am sharing right now, consisting of 4 sheets. And it includes a grading plan for the site, a stormwater management plan, including utilities, proposed utilities for the site, as well as associated construction details. As you can see, the architect tonight prepared the site plan and the parking layout, as well as the stackers. The plans you see before you, again, dated December 9th, 2024, were prepared before the change of adding the car stackers. So the only difference between our plans and the most updated ones are, the garage floor is slightly, the ceiling height has slightly been elevated to accommodate the car stacking system. And also, the front entrance to the main lobby of the building off of Mount Prospect Avenue, due to the raised elevation of the finished floor, there will now be a small ramp and stairs to access that front area. But other than that, nothing on our plans really is different. It hasn't been changed. So as you can see before you right now, the ceiling height between the garage floor and the first floor, from floor to floor, is a 14-foot height. And with the car stacking system, you need about 13 feet, a little bit less than that with the two cars. So that's going to be reflected in our plans and works currently with our design. And as described before by the project architect, the current site slopes to the rear, to the east, down Third Avenue. The sidewalks that we are proposing, new sidewalks and curbing along the frontage of the site, they do maintain a 2% cross slope, although Third Avenue is a 10% slope. So we have to maintain that with the sidewalk going down. And as you can see before you, the next page of my set, if I can click here, this is the stormwater management plan, in which we are, adding a lot of impervious coverage to this site. Those existing grass site currently, and we're proposing almost a third of an acre of new impervious coverage. So we are required to meet the water quantity requirements and reduce flow rates for the stormwater. And we are doing that by proposing an underground detention system. It's 3 feet high. It's shown here with the dashed squares. That's going to be the layout of the tank. So all of the roof water and parking that enters the parking area will be captured and stored within this tank and slowly released out to a manhole on Third Avenue, which is a combined sewer. And the manhole shown, currently walking out there on site, it's not there physically. It may have been paved over, but it is shown on the Newark mapping, and we had discussions with the water and sewer as well as engineering to verify if that manhole is there, and they do believe that it's there. Now, for some reason, if it's not there, we do have an alternative means to discharge our water. And also shown here at the bottom of the screen, we have a utility room where all of our utilities are coming out of, and they will be connecting to utilities within Mount Prospect Avenue, our sanitary, gas, and water lines, as shown here. And that's really all that we had done for the site. And I'm open to answering any questions that the board or the public may have.
Council, any further questions for this witness?
No further questions of this witness, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the engineer? Questions for the board from the engineer? Sir, is there any safety device coming in and out of the proposed parking area?
There is no proposed gate right now. It's an open driveway out to Third Avenue.
Do you think it would add to the safety if there was a gate, if there was a strobe light, some visual and audio warning of cars coming in and out?
Yes, we've done that before with other projects, in areas where pedestrians, were walking down the street and you have, potentially a blind corner with the car. They do make audio and visual alarms, which I'm sure can be implemented in this type of project to warn pedestrians of, cars exiting the property.
Council, as a condition of approval, would your applicant agree to work with the engineer and our city engineering department to install such features?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board for the project engineer? Questions for the project engineer? Are there any questions from the public for the engineer? Hearing none, council?
Mr. Chair, we'd like to invite Mr. William Stimmel forward, and we'd like to have him qualified as both a traffic expert as well as the professional planner for this application.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please.
My name is William Stimmel, Stimmel. My professional address is P.O. Box 280, Rutherford, New Jersey, and I've been retained as the traffic engineer and professional planner on this project.
Thank you. Mrs. Stimmel, have you appeared before this board in the past, the zoning board of Newark?
Yes, I have.
Were you accepted as an expert in both fields?
Yes, I was.
And are your licenses in the state of New Jersey in those areas currently in full force and effect?
Yes, all my licenses are current.
We'll accept Mr. Stimmel as an expert in those areas. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Stemmel, might you please state whether or not you're familiar with the zone plan in force in connection with this property?
I am, yes.
And you are familiar with the report that was prepared and submitted to the municipality in connection with this application?
Yes, I was.
For the benefit of the board, might you please describe that report and your findings?
Certainly. Just to be clear, do you want me to go through the traffic first or the planning?
Traffic, please.
Okay. So I submitted a traffic study to the board in conjunction with the prior application. It was dated October 14th of 2021. Fairly typical traffic study for a residential development. We performed traffic counts at the adjacent intersection of Mount Prospect and 3rd. They were done on a typical weekday from 7 to 9 in the morning and from 4 to 6 in the afternoon. That was in July of 2021. At that time, within those count windows, the 1 hour peak in the morning was 7:30 to 8:30, and in the evening was 5 to 6 p.m. We analyzed the existing volumes, the existing lane configurations, and so on, using highway capacity software, which calculates the average delay per approach or movement and assigns an A through F grade, and found that movements at the intersection operate at level of service B or better. We projected site-generated traffic based on the development scope at that time, which was 50 units, since revised to 48 units. But really that's a nominal difference in terms of the trip generation, and we were projecting a maximum of 22 trips during the critical evening peak hour. We applied a 2% growth rate based on data for Essex County. We looked at the future volumes without the development and with the development, found no changes at the intersection to those operations from existing conditions to future without the development to future with the development. We further analyzed the site driveway and found that that was also projected to operate at level of service B or better for both peak hours. We also prepared a parking study a little bit more recently. It was dated December 9th, 2024. Since the original application, the city has adopted a requirement for a parking study typically applied to larger residential developments where a parking variance is needed. Based on the scope of the development, we need 48 parking spaces. There's 39 parking spaces provided when you factor in the lifts, so there's a deficiency of 9. If you take the EV credit, that deficiency is reduced to 4. And based on the discussion with Mr. Donat and the applicant, it's my understanding that the applicant's willing to provide 4 additional lifts to eliminate that parking deficiency. But regardless, when the application was made, we did have a parking deficiency. So the ordinance requires that we count on-street parking on each block face within 300 feet of the site. And for this site, that includes a total of 272 on-street parking spaces. And I'm going to say approximately because they're not all striped parking spaces, and depending on vehicle sizes, how closely people park together and so on, that number could go up or down a little bit. That data is summarized in tabular format to the parking study, along with the key map, which shows the location of the different zones A through H, which the study area was divided into. And essentially, and I don't know that this is going to be a surprise to the board, the on-street parking in the area is limited. We when we presented the application originally, we said that we thought we were providing a project which is attractive to the many people that live in Newark that don't have their own cars in the household or have limited access to a car. And the intention was not to rely on on-street parking. We noted in the parking study that there's 9 different bus routes within 0.3 miles of the site, which connect residents to the light rail, to Newark Broad, to Newark Penn, to Newark Liberty Airport, as well as critical services and employment centers in Newark, Essex County, and the surrounding area. So that's one benefit of the location. Census data notes that 40% of the households in the city have no vehicles available to them, and 38% have access to one vehicle. Since the issuance of the parking study, the applicant has revised the plans to note the provision of car lifts in the garage. It was 14 based on the plans which were submitted. We're increasing that to 18 to eliminate the parking deficiency. And also, I did some research into the city agreements with 2 bike sharing apps. There's Bird and Vio. They're 2 competing apps, both of which the city has arrangements with. I just checked randomly this afternoon, for instance, and it showed 15 bikes available for use within 1 to 2 blocks of the site as of about 2 o'clock. Obviously, that fluctuates from day to day. From week to week, but it definitely shows the availability of that service as well in the vicinity of the site. I believe the only question or comment which required a response from the traffic review for Mr. Trafficante's office is the one about the labeling on the table attached to the parking study. What is the letter across the top of the table? And just to reiterate, that applies to the different zones that the parking study was split into. And if you refer to the key map at the end of the parking study, you can see where each of those zones is.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. You're muted, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Council, anything further regarding Mr. Stimmel's traffic?
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trafficante.
Mr. Stimmel, quick question.
Yes, sir.
All right, even though your client has agreed to provide the minimum number of required parking spaces, on the average, based on your latest parking study from December of last year, on average, how many available parking spaces did you find within a 300-foot radius of this site?
In the daytime and the early afternoon, there was sufficient parking available on the street to address the deficiency. In the overnight period, there was very limited parking. I would say it was almost effectively zero. But as with the prior application for this property, we believe it is attractive to transit users, to the people that don't have vehicles. It's a walkable neighborhood, essentially all the things I just went through a minute ago.
All right, so fair to say overnight, there's really nothing available, but during the day, would you say how many spaces did you find within 300 feet of the site?
Sure. Let me just pull the report. So again, this is the December 2024 parking study, which was submitted. If you flip to the back of the report, it shows during the daytime, you've got a range of 8 to 10 parking spaces in each of the zones. Total available parking of up to 60. Obviously, on the days where there's street cleaning, that number takes a hit. And again, particularly Saturday, but also on Sundays, you've got some availability of parking. Again, particularly in the morning, where on Saturday you've got 10 to 30 vehicles earlier in the morning, and on Sunday you've got about 15 to 20 throughout the study period, which lasts until 3 p.m. So there is some on-street parking available in the area, but again, during the overnight period, it's it's close to zero. It's in the single digits, I would say.
All right, so fair to say on a weekday, you're claiming up to 60 available spaces within a 300-foot radius and maybe one, is that two overnight? Is that during a weeknight?
Yeah, that's about right.
All right, all right. And on the weekends?
On the weekends, we didn't count as late in the day. I would assume you've got something of a similar situation where the parking's available during the morning, earlier in the afternoon, and as you get towards the end of the day, people return home and fill up the available street parking. So I think the residents of the apartment, those that have cars, would need to park under the building. Certainly, they would have the same opportunity to use the street parking anyone else would have, but it's not viable. It's not part of our argument for the parking request.
Was there any consideration given to guest parking? If people have family and friends visiting? Any consideration?
I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No.
To the extent that guest parking is included in the ordinance requirement, then we believe we've addressed it with the lifts. To the extent that additional guest parking is needed beyond that, they would just have to find a space nearby, or the resident would have to park on the street and leave their parking space for the family member or friend, let's say.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. We said we could get to 1 for 1 if they added the 4 extra lifts. Adding the 4 extra lifts to get to the 1-to-1.
Yeah, with the number of parking spaces provided on the ground, the provision of the lifts, and the EV credit, that gets us to the 48 number, which is the number of units currently proposed.
And that's adding the 4 extra lifts. Is that my missing?
Correct. Adding the 4 lifts beyond the 14 that are currently depicted on the plan from
So,
Mr.
Mr.
Halsey.
Chair, I'm just trying to make that a condition of approval before we're talking about if, but we want to make it definitely that it's going to happen.
Council, as a condition of approval, will your applicant agree to add the 4 lifts or any other actions required to make parking 1 for 1?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions regarding the traffic testimony from the board? Are there any questions regarding traffic testimony from the public?
I'm sorry. I guess I have a statement, not so much of a question about the.
This is a time for questions. You have a question.
I guess I don't. I mean, what he said, I don't
We'll-
find it factual.
We'll come back to a time for statements.
Okay.
There are no further questions. Council.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Stemmel to put his planning hat on and provide an overview of the planning justifications in connection with this application. And Mr. Stemmel, if you would please, for the record, state whether or not you're familiar with the master plan in full force and effect over this property, as well as the zoning ordinance.
I am, yes.
For the benefit of the board, might you please provide your planning testimony as well as justification for the relief sought this evening?
Sure. Just to briefly sum up the presentations from the architect and the site engineer, the applicant is proposing to construct a 5-story residential building. With the prior application, it was 6-story. The ground floor is going to be common and mechanical space, and the upper floors will be occupied by residential dwelling units. The building will provide a total of 48 dwelling units. The access is via a driveway along 3rd Avenue. A total of 25 parking spaces will be at grade. A total of 18 parking spaces will be provided on lifts, and the additional EV credit brings us to the total requirement of 48 with the 1 space per 1 unit requirement. The applicant is installing site lighting, landscaping, significant drainage improvements, all of which, of course, are subject to the review and comment from the city engineering department, city water and sewer as well. The units themselves will have individual HVAC. They'll have individual washers and dryers. The building will have an elevator. There will be amenity space provided for the residents, and the applicant has stipulated that they would comply with all the engineering comments. As the board knows, the site is currently located within the R4 low-rise multifamily residential zone. The R4 zone allows for primarily residential uses, including single, 2- and 3-family dwellings, townhouses, and low-rise multifamily. As noted in the review letter from the board planner, the R4 zone permits the construction of low-rise multifamily, and the definition of low-rise multifamily has been revised with the updated zoning ordinance to include buildings up to 5 stories or 60 feet in height. As such, the proposed development is a permitted use in the zone. Because of that, the D1 variance, which had been associated with the prior application, is no longer in play. And that was rather the biggest obstacle that the applicant had to clear with that prior application. We do still require the D5 variance for density, 375 square feet per dwelling unit is the requirement. Given the size of the property, that works out to be 41 units. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with a density of 325 square feet per dwelling unit, which works out to be the 48 units. So we're 7 units over to answer Mr. Hall's question from earlier. Unlike with the D1 use variance, there's a little bit of a lesser standard for the D5 because of the fact that the municipality has determined that this type of use is appropriate in the zone. Our focus here is a demonstration that the site can accommodate problems associated with the proposed use that stem from the deviation from the density standard. Typically, what that comes down to is the bulk of the building, the traffic generated by the proposed use, and the parking demand. That's the positive criteria for the density variance. There are a few bulk variances associated with the application. The minimum front yard setback to Mount Prospect, where 17 feet is required, 8 feet is proposed. The minimum front yard setback to 3rd Avenue, where 8 feet had previously been required, the new standard is 6 feet, 3 feet is proposed. Looking at the aerial photographs of the area, the setbacks proposed are not out of line with the existing setbacks of the buildings along Mount Prospect, many of which have projections like covered porches, turrets, bay windows, etc., which come to roughly 8 feet of the property line on Mount Prospect. And many of the buildings along 3rd Avenue, particularly on our side, the southerly side of 3rd Avenue, come right up to the sidewalk. The minimum side yard setback to the east, 5 feet is required, 3 feet is proposed. The maximum lot coverage, where 70% is permitted, 95% is proposed. The maximum impervious coverage, I believe the number that was quoted is 75% permitted, 95% proposed. The setbacks are mitigated to some extent by the existing conditions in the area, but also by the architectural features of the building itself. There's articulation in the building facade as you travel along Mount Prospect. In particular, there's different materials and different treatments. There's a lot of glass. And the design of the building is something that is complementary, I would say, to the existing structures along Mount Prospect, but not overwhelming from the visual appearance as you look at it from the sidewalk or from the street. The other thing to consider is that as you travel to the west, the ground slopes up. So the buildings across Mount Prospect from the site, although they might be set back slightly further, are at a higher elevation from the foundation and appear to be more massive because of the topography of the area. The coverage, both the building coverage and the impervious coverage, are mitigated to an extent by the drainage improvements that are proposed. And again, those are subject to review and approval by the city engineering department. And then finally, the parking requirement, which we went through, to the extent possible, the applicant has maximized the parking provided on the subject property. They've pursued the EV credits. They provided stackers. We believe that meets the city's ordinance requirement of 48 parking spaces for the 48 units that are proposed. In terms of the justification for the C variances, which I just went through, these would all come under the heading of a flexible C variance, where the purposes of zoning are advanced and the benefits derived in granting the variance would outweigh any detriments. I found two purposes of zoning advanced. First is purpose A, which is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all land in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. As Mr. Halsey had spoken to earlier, the application will provide new housing stock in the area. It will provide a significant redevelopment of a vacant lot. Not just that, it's redeveloping that lot with a permitted use. It's fostering the assembly of land, allowing the achievement of greater planning goals. The second purpose I found was purpose I, which is to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. Aesthetics are always subjective, but what you've seen in front of you tonight is a beautiful new building, again, which is complementary to the existing buildings in the neighborhood. There's materials, there's articulation of the facade. The way the parking situation is arranged, the parking is effectively hidden from Mount Prospect, all of which are an aesthetic improvement over the existing undeveloped lot. The other side of the coin for the C variance relief is the demonstration that the negative criteria has been satisfied, that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan, master plan, and zoning ordinance. Based on my evaluation of the submitted materials, the testimony provided, I see no substantial detriment or substantial impairment. I think with this property, you have something of a unique site. It's currently a vacant lot. It's a large undeveloped lot, particularly given the context of the area in which it's located. The grading of the site and the location on the corner allows for the construction of underground parking, making more efficient use of the space. We're along a corridor with direct access to transit. We have a permitted use in the zone. The height of the building complies with the height requirements in the zone. The applicant has agreed to upgrade the parking supply on the subject property, effectively addressing the parking variance. Provides a significant amount of on-site parking, whereas many nearby apartment buildings have little or no parking provided. The site is a relatively limited generator of traffic. It's a residential use. It generates roughly 22 trips during the critical evening peak hour. In addition, the applicant is making upgrades to the lighting, the landscaping, and the drainage, all of which are subject to engineering review and approval. But given that, I believe that the net impact of the project will be positive for the neighborhood and that the requested, there's sufficient justification for the board to grant the requested variance relief.
You're muted, Mr. Chair. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
I'm 0 for 2. Thank you, counsel. Any further questions for this witness, counsel?
No further questions, Mr.
Are there
Chair.
questions from the board for this witness? Questions from the board? Are there questions from the public for this witness? Questions from the public? Counsel?
Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation this evening.
Thank you, counsel. It is now time that members of the public have to make a statement. Here's how we'll proceed. I will administer the oath. You'll have 3 minutes to make your statement. If you would like to make a statement, please identify yourselves by using the raised hand feature on the computer screen. You can go to the bottom of the screen, click on the raise hand feature of your mobile device. And I see iPhone 2. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your address for the record.
Marilyn Figueroa, 239A Mount Prospect Avenue.
Thank you, Ms. Figueroa. Your statement for the record, please.
So as I understand, this is all gonna be it's gonna be beautiful for the city. Yes, I get that. But as someone who has lived here for almost 30 years, I see the traffic every morning when I drop off my children to school. I don't know where this report came from 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, you cannot, the light changes 3 times before you could get to the end of Bloomfield. There's 4 already handicap parking spaces taken, which the regular people can't park. There's 2 bus stops, one on Third Avenue on Mount Prospect by where this building wants to be built, and one across it. So you can't park there either. On holidays, birthdays, people can't come. I got people coming by Uber because they know when they visit me, there's no parking. After 7 o'clock at night, if you're not home by 5, there's no parking. You're parking all the way on Third Avenue or on Clifton. You can't find it. Now imagine walking with shopping bags because you got to buy your groceries. So, I mean, though I think it's a beautiful building, I think it's an amazing thing for the city. Yes, for the developer, of course. But for people who actually live here, it's a nightmare.
Thank you.
Even if they do 1-to-1, where's the family gonna go? I don't have my family. My family have to Uber. So in paper, yes, it sounds beautiful. In reality, for if you live here, it's a different story. That's my statement.
Thank you, Ms. Figueroa.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public care to make a statement at this time? I see no raised hands. Council?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for your indulgence this evening. Owner applicant has put forth a number of expert witnesses to justify an approval this evening. Owner applicant heard the board the last time we were before this board and has made significant headway in reducing the size of the building, increasing parking, and working to fully amenitize this building. And it is our hope that this board does grant approval so that we might put this now vacant lot back into circulation and production for the great city of Newark. Thank you for your time this evening. We respectfully request an approval. Thank you.
Thank you, council. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board? Discussion on this application from the board. Commissioner Comisanias.
I remember when this was originally presented, and I was wholeheartedly against it. It was a pig of a project. It was too much density, not enough parking. I just remember going over, this project has been in my mind. I remember it slightly. I do know that we made some suggestions. They adjourned, and it seems like they've addressed that stuff. To Ms. Figueroa, I've been in your neighborhood 44 years. And not to diminish the person who did the traffic study, I'm sure you're well qualified, but day-to-day living on that block, it is atrocious to try to park. Even if you find parking on Clifton, you're lucky. But I've said time and time again, we build cities for people, not for parking. Only a third of the city owns vehicles. It will continue to get worse, Ms. Figueroa. It's the nature of the beast when you live in a major city that needs to grow. I think the applicant did what he was led to do based on previous feedback by the board. I think adding the extra parking, and Mr. Hall said that would be a requirement, did the necessary to make the project feasible enough. You know, I'm not in love with it, but I think it's feasible enough, and we need housing more than we need parking. I think at this point, this project has met the requirements that were kind of set forward by the board in terms of what we're looking to see in that neighborhood. So I would be in favor of the project based on how it's, and I hope the owner will learn that, you know, this would have looked a lot better the first time. The first time you submitted a project like this makes a lot more sense when you than the third time, right, or second time. So take heed of that, but I think this project is good enough to suit this neighborhood with the parameters presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Komisaris. And I'm sorry, Council, am I correct in stating that you're withdrawing the request for a parking variance?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with respect to the concessions we've made this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I remember the first application and, good job on telling them, what our concerns were. They came back, and I still had concerns, and that was with the density as it relates to available parking. And I had hope they would have taken some more apartments out, maybe added some of the amenities that are now not there that were there before. But having said that, the lot's been empty and it's been empty for a while. And let me just go back in reverse and thank the public. That always means a lot. And I share your concerns as for I lived on for many years. So I know what you're saying, and I know it has a lot of validity. But the fact that they are going to fill that empty lot, which has been an eyesore for a while, I'm very happy about that. I'm also happy that they're going to do the one. And like a colleague said, we have to deal with the traffic. That's something that's there, and it's affecting the whole. But based on the applicant back, the concessions he made, even in this meeting, professional testimony, I will be in favor of this application.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good evening. I do appreciate adding the parking, but I'm still having a difficult time with the density on that corner. So I'm hoping to hear from others. I just wish they would have reduced the amount of units on this project a little bit more.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Komisanias. You're muted.
I'm sorry, just for clarity, can we just verify what the unit count and parking count is?
The unit count is 48, and the parking count with electric sites and lifts is 48. Is that correct, Council?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? If none, may I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve ZBA -23-34, 249-257 Mount Prospect Avenue with all
Conditions?
agreed upon conditions. Thank you.
We have a motion to approve with conditions. Komisanias, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Ribeiro, call the roll, please.
Member Komisanias,
Yes.
Member Jones,
No.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Rivero.
Yeah.
Member Cobian,
No.
Chair Alfont.
No. The application fails. Thank you, Council. Thank you. I'm going to ask Commissioner Vice Chair Monfort to assume the board. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Good evening. Call the next application.
The time is now 7:40 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-24-22, located at 139-145 Halsted Street, Block 4203, Lot 1 in the West Ward. The applicant is Halsted Residence LLC. In the R2 zone, the applicant proposes interior fit-out of commercial space for a child care facility. Applicant is seeking a D1 variance to permit childcare in a mixed-use dwelling. Site plan approval is required. This application was adjourned from the January 23rd hearing to this date.
Finding of facts, 139, 145 Halsted Street. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of facts with respect to 139, 145 Halsted Street, which is located in North Wellsburg neighborhood on the southeastern corner of intersection of Halsted and Tremont. The lot area is approximately 8,320 square feet. Surrounding land uses consists of a low-rise multifamily dwelling and a house of worship. Who's the counsel on this?
Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore, is your team in?
I believe, I see that my architect, I don't, yes, and my client, I don't see him. I may have to just switch computers for the third time, with 1 second. So, have a fun day. Do you see Chester Sterling? Yes, okay, my team is in. 1 second.
Are there any objectors? Please raise your hand.
There are no raised hands, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any supporters of this application? Please raise your hand. I don't see any. Counsel, you may open up. Ms. Moore?
Yes, good evening. My name is Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Pollock on behalf of the applicant. It's identified on the calendar as Halsted Residence LLC. However, the applicant is Chester Sterling, who's the proposed applicant of this project. Just briefly, as Madam Chair says, this property is located in the R2 zone and identified as Block 4203, Lot 1, located at 139-145 Halsted Street. This is an application that involves the adaptive reuse of the existing vacant commercial space that's in a mixed-use building. It was previously, the ground floor of the property was previously used as a bar tavern. And we're looking to convert that interior modification and convert that into a childcare. The property does have 6 residential units. Those residential units are not subject of this application. We're not seeking to change the existing residential units. However, we're here tonight seeking a D1 use variance because childcare are not permitted. Although they're permitted in the zone, they're only permitted as standalone and not permitted in a mixed use. And we're also seeking preliminary and final site plan, as well as a variance for parking. I will be addressing the parking that, as part of this application, we provided a parking lease for off-street parking at the adjacent property church will be discussed further. As this board is well aware, childcare centers have been deemed inherently beneficial uses and satisfies the positive criteria. Before I begin, I do have a number of reports that I'm in receipt of. The first report is the planner's report prepared by Mr. Hazel of Mission Wayne Group, and that report is dated August 5th, 2024. And we will be providing testimony, Mr. Hazel asked us to elicit certain questions and responses, which will be prepared to do so tonight. I am also in receipt of your engineering memorandum dated March 7, 2025. We have no objection to that memorandum. We can agree to comply as a condition of approval. Mr. Trafficante has asked us again to the engineer to answer some questions more so pertaining to the existing building easements, which our engineer will address. Also in receipt of the traffic and parking assessment review letter dated March 24th. We do have some issues which our traffic engineer will be addressing. Mr. Trafficante has asked for a very extensive parking study. It's our position in light of the off-street parking spaces that we're providing and the fact that the residential uses are existing, that such an extensive parking study is not required, and we will be prepared to address that report tonight with our traffic engineer. And last but not least, I'm in receipt of the water and sewer memorandum, and that report for the record is dated November 13, 2024. and we would agree to comply as conditions of approval. I do have a number of witnesses. I'm going to do an introduction and do a quick change to some light. So my first witness will be Chester Sterling, the operator of the proposed daycare, and I also have our architect, our civil engineer, our traffic engineer, and last but not least, Mr. McDonough, our planner, will be discussing the justification, in particular, the SECA standards when it comes to inherently beneficial uses. So my first witness will be Chester Sterling.
Please
Mr.
raise your right
Sterling, you
hand.
have to be sworn in.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your connection to the application.
My name is Chester Sterling. Spelling of the last name is going to be Sterling. I'm the owner and operator of the proposed child care center.
And Mr. Sterling, you're familiar with this project, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You indicated that you're the proposed owner and operator of this childcare, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you just give the board a brief, what type of experience, if any, do you have in childcare?
I've been working in the child care industry for approximately 10 and a half years, going on 11. I worked in various community settings. Also, currently, I own my own daycare located in the city of Essex County, looking to expand because of the need and growth within my parent community.
When you say the city of Essex County, is it in East Orange, or which town do you currently own?
East Orange.
East Orange? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've indicated that's been for 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many children do you have there?
Currently, right now, I have about 23 parents.
How many?
23.
Okay. And what are the hours of that daycare?
Those hours for that daycare varies, but we are open. We are licensed to open 24 hours.
Okay. And so you're seeking as a tenant for the existing space on Halsted, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know what that space is currently being used as?
Prior to me coming into this project, it was used as a bar and a lounge.
And if the board was to grant the approval for this daycare, what are the proposed ages of the children?
Ideally, the proposed ages would be 0 to 6 years old, but ultimately the state does have the final say so.
And what would be the proposed hours of operation?
So the proposed hours of operation would be 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And why 9 p.m.?
The reason for 9 p.m. is because with my years of experience in this field, I've come to realize that there's been a number of parents who don't work a 9 to 5 anymore, and they relatively need childcare beyond those hours. So we're looking to expand and also meet the needs of those parents and families that have to work additional hours, because as we currently know, there's no such thing as really a 9 to 5 anymore. So we want to appeal to those parents and also help them so that way they're able to still sustain their daily life.
And give us an idea, what kind of childcare services are you seeking to provide?
We are seeking to provide early care, full day care, and aftercare.
And do you anticipate having any summer?
Yes, ma'am. Summer camp as well.
Okay, and what would those ages be?
The summer camp ages would roughly be around 6 to 10 years old. Again, ultimately, the state of New Jersey does have control over the age variant.
Okay, so let's discuss it. You mentioned a few times respect to the state imposing the age restriction and the location.
Yes.
Has the state of New Jersey done a preliminary site visit at the property?
Yes, they have.
And when was that done, if you recall?
If I give or take, I want to say about April of 2024.
Okay. And how does the state, to your knowledge, how does the state limit the number of children or determine the number of children?
The number of children is based upon the space.
Okay, and that's the square footage of the space?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your meeting with the state, the license department, what's the maximum number of children you can have at this site?
Currently 22.
22?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about operationally, because you indicate that you do have you have experience in operating your existing facility in East Orange. If the board was to approve this application, what time will the children arrive at the property?
Ideally, children would begin coming in at 6 a.m. and the last drop-off time for parents would be 10 a.m.
Okay. And in your experience, do the children or their parents all arrive at the same time?
No, they don't. It fluctuates.
Okay. Give us an idea, what would be the typical drop-off times?
Typically between 6 to 7 and approximately 8 to 9.
Are there any restrictions, or will the children or the parents be permitted to enter the building?
Parents do not enter the building. There is because of state requirements as well for safety. There is a drop off. There will be a drop off service. So as parents arrive, they would be greeted at the facility by one of our staff members. Staff members would then retrieve the children from the parents, signing them in, and then escort them into the building.
So they will not be permitted to enter the building?
No, ma'am.
And you said the staff member will be at the entrance of the facility?
Yes, ma'am. We also have a number of tools that we've in place, which is security cameras, Ring doorbells, and even an app, proposing an app as well for parents to be able to let our staff know when they're arriving, so that way staff are already prepared to receive the children, so there is no wait.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the pickup drop-off time. You mentioned the pickup. Let's discuss the drop-off. Do you anticipate similarly that all kids will be picked up at the same time? In your experience, explain that process to me.
Primarily, children do not get picked up at the same time. There is a shift. There is a vary where sometimes there are peak hours where parents may pick up, and then there are some hours, but it does ultimately fluctuate. There's no set hours for pickup.
But what would you say would be your peak periods for pickup and also the pickup time?
I would say the peak period would be primarily, I would say, between 4 and 5.
Let's assume if, sometimes parents are late. What is the process for handling the children and pick up and drop off time if a parent arrives late?
As we do understand that life situations do happen, all staff are understood that no staff can leave until the last child is picked up from the facility.
And there's staff members there to remain at the site if someone is late being picked up?
Yes, there will always be staff person there, and again, the building can't be closed until every staff person, until all the children have left the facility, and you did a complete walkthrough.
Okay. How many staff members do you anticipate if this application is approved?
4.
Is that 4 entirely, or that via shift?
4 per shift.
Okay. And does the licensing required by the state, do they determine how many employees you're required to have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that proposed number of individuals per shift, to your understanding, that would comply?
It would actually overcomply. They oppose 3. We've added another one just for safety precaution.
And you mentioned that the state has conducted their preliminary site investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If this application is approved for zoning, are there any additional requirements that you would need in order to operate the facility?
As far as pertaining to the state?
Yes.
The state does the state has conducted a preliminary, what they consider courtesy inspection. The courtesy inspection does give a list of things that we would need to satisfy and provide in order to gain a license with the state of New Jersey as a licensed childcare facility. So we do have to meet all of their needs as well before we are even given the opportunity to operate.
Are you proposing to have any meals for the children?
We are proposing to have meals, but nothing is going to be served on site. It's through a third-party vendor.
And are those hot meals?
Yes.
Okay. So you're indicated that they will not be prepared on site. So a third-party vendor will bring the meals.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Our engineer will discuss, but are you proposing any outside play area?
Yes, there is an outdoor play area currently attached to the facility.
And are there any specific requirements for the play area?
The only requirement that the state mandates is that it has to be at least 50 feet in size, and it has to be ground leveled out and grounded to child safety, just in case a child falls.
And again, the state would come back to what if there's zoning approval, the state will come back to do an additional inspection in order to give you the license. Is that correct?
The state will come back and actually do 2 more inspections. They would do one prior again, which would pretty much look at the overall documents and look at the facility again, give us accurate detailed list of what we need to comply with. And then once we've satisfied all those needs, they would then come back out again and make sure that those needs are satisfied.
So there are checks and balances in order to make sure that you have the requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's continuously ongoing. The state does come out and do 2 unannounced visits per year, just to make sure that you are still in continuous compliance.
Indicated earlier that you've discussed parking for the employees in a pickup and drop off. Where would that proposed parking be located?
The proposed parking, we do have a lease agreement with the church, who happens to like the idea of us transforming a bar that was once rowdy into a childcare facility. So they have opened up their parking lot for us to utilize.
And when you said the church, would be fair to say that location is 133, 137 Halsted?
Yes, also known as New Hope Baptist Church.
And that's immediately adjacent to your proposed site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many parking spaces? You said 8 spaces?
Yes, ma'am. There's a total of 8 parking spaces that they have allowed us to utilize.
And is it your intent to have your employees park there?
Yes.
And also pick up and drop off could occur in that parking lot as well?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Are there any questions for the applicant? From the board. Commissioner Riviero.
You mentioned about serving hot meals. Would you know what they are?
Again, that's something it's also a program that's regulated by the state of New Jersey, the Food Program District, which they would provide those meals. Again, from my experience and also currently having a childcare setting, it is balanced based off of nutrition. So there has to be a certain component of each dish that they will serve to make sure that every child is receiving a full portion and a healthy portion balance.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Sterling, can you tell me your plan of how staff will receive students and how students will depart with the traffic from your standpoint, not the traffic engineers?
So from my standpoint, the way that it works is parents will park inside of the lot. As parents park inside of the provided parking space, they will then be able to come to our facility. The facility that we do have multiple different ways where you can let us know that you are there. You can text us prior to let us know, hey, I'm 2 minutes out, so that way staff know. But upon staff the children being met at the building, the staff will open up the doors because it is a locked facility for safety reasons. The staff will open up the door. They would retrieve the children from the parents. They will sign them in on a sign-out sheet, and then the parents are free to go back. So it's a smooth, quick, and hassle process. The same thing would happen as well when parents are being picked up. We encourage all of our parents to let us know 5 minutes prior to text us, so that way we have your children ready for you, and that way it's a quick and hassle-free process.
So during pickup and drop out or drop off, all parents will use the parking lot?
Yes.
There will never be cars on Tremont and Halsted causing a delay?
No. We will send out notices to let parents know. We will also indicate signs and communication that we are parking, that we use the church parking lot for parking and for pickup and drop off, so that way we don't cause any confusion or distraction to what is currently existing for any of the current tenants or residential owners.
Second question, have you had a conversation with the marketing company with the billboard on the side of the building?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The marketing billboard on the side of the building. Have you had a conversation with the marketing company or the landlord of the building?
With the landlord of the building, yes.
Because if that's going to be a daycare where a lounge used to be, there's certain things that we do not want to see on that billboard outside of that building. So I want to know, has there been any conversation in reference to that?
Well, again, I do realize there are some things on the existing signage. We, myself and my team, we are prepared to completely. It's a tent canvas, so we are prepared to take that down completely and actually put up a new one that's more community friendly and that has all of our information on it.
Well, I'm not referring to the Tremont Lounge burgundy and white. I'm referring to the marketing billboard, advertising billboard on the right-hand side, I believe on the Halstead side of the building. I just want to know, has there been any conversation about what will be placed there since children will now be coming to this location? In other words, I don't want to see cigarettes. I don't want to see alcohol or any of that kind of marketing. Has you had a conversation? I don't know if you own it or if you're renting.
Okay, I believe that was from the prior usage of the bar. But again, we won't want to put any kind of thing that's going to deteriorate our image and our view and what the parents were trying to service. So of course, we would have to address those needs and remove those things because we are servicing children, and alcohol, cigarettes, and those things we do not condone.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Commissioner Commissarius.
I believe this might be for Ms. Moore. Do we know if there's anything regulating what can be advertised there?
I did not look in that. That's a great question. So I did not look at that. Normally I do, but I did not look as far as the signage regulation. I don't believe it came up that we had to remove it, but we can certainly have a conversation with the landlord. Again, this is a daycare residential and what we can utilize it for.
Okay, I was just wondering if we knew if there was something that would prohibit them from, I don't want the landlord to promote, some sort of, let's say, beverage or cigarette company while the tenant is trying to promote neighborhood wellness, right? So it was just a question to see if.
I believe it was as I mentioned, the prior use was that bar, so it might just be a holdover what was there before, because it was a bar tavern.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm just wondering if the owner operator could talk about the separation. It's a mixed use building for protection of the kids. The interaction of that building, childcare center.
Again, that is a valid point. We do have separate interests. If you do look up Google Maps, which I believe that someone from the team will be discussing as well, but we do have a separate egress that does not align with the tenants that are above. Our entrance sits on the corner of Tremont and Halstead. Their entrance is further down on the Halstead part, so we do have separate interests. Even our egress is to coming in and out of the building for safety protocol. If there was an emergency, it does not connect at all in any given way. So we have separate interests and we utilize those as well.
And Commissioner Hall, we do have our architect will be discussing the design of it, and that is one of the comments that Mr. Hayes asked us to address to show that there is security and separation from the residential.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none.
No, I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, Ms. Moore, you're next.
So at this time, I would like to call our architect, Jennifer Palermo.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation for the record.
My name is Jennifer Palermo, Palermo, and I'm principal at Palermo Edwards Architecture.
And Ms. Palermo, can you state your educational background, what license venue you hold?
I have a master's degree in architecture from New Jersey Institute of Technology. I have been a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey since 2002.
Ms.
And my
Palermo, you've testified before, so we will accept you as long as your license is current.
Yes, it is.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
So Ms. Palermo, if you can share your screen and walk us through the architectural interior fit out of this ground floor unit.
You got it. Okay, so I will go straight to the floor plans. See if I can. So this is a floor plan of the existing space, the existing bar space. If you can look over here at our small site plan, the building is in the shape of an H. And this particular space that we are looking to occupy only encompasses this leg of the H. And as you can see here, this is the wall that is happening right along this side of the building. And so there is no interconnection, interior interconnection between the daycare space and the residential area. And so we actually have three ingress and egress doors. One is here at the corner of Halsted and or Halsey and Tremont. This one directly off Tremont, and this one is accessed right here on the site plan. And this will be lead directly to the fenced in playground area. So there are no instances where the tenants will be able to interact with the children in the daycare. Does that answer the question?
May continue.
Genevieve, you can continue your is that it? Just the ground floor?
Yeah, so we just have, architecturally, this was the existing bar. We are, we're not moving any walls. We're using the same, we'll be replacing the fixtures in the bathrooms. We're adding a small kitchenette for food to heat up the food, and we have an area here for wellness in case one of the children is sick. We have two classroom areas, one here and one here, and our lobby vestibule reception area that will be receiving the children from the main entrance here.
And in respect to the, so there are residential, like we said, residential apartments. We're not making any modifications to the residential units or the exterior of the building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And what's the total square footage? Is 1,500 on the ground floor?
Yes.
Now there is, I believe our engineer will testify, there is an outdoor play area. But I will have Mr. Anand, if you want to testify, show that Mr. Anand just addressed that outdoor play area.
Yes.
All right, and that's our presentation. It's just the ground floor, correct?
That is correct.
All right. I have nothing further of Ms. Palermo.
Are there any questions from the board for the architect? Ms. Palermo?
Yes.
I see you have a pickup and drop-off area only. What is that sign for?
I'm not sure that this needed to be on my plan. This would be part of the civil plans. So pretend you didn't see it on my plan.
Okay, because I was going to say that contradicts a parking lot for parents to park to bring the kids, because that meant there's a drop-off area on the street.
And so we'll explain that our traffic engineer, we originally provided this application about a year ago. That was the intent. However, we have secured the leasing spaces, and so that has changed. Our traffic engineer and civil will discuss that. These plans were submitted over a year, so that is
Duly noted, Ms. Moore. Duly noted.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, call your next witness.
So I would like to call our civil engineer, Adnan Khan.
I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation for the application for the record.
Adnan Khan, Khan, AWZ Engineering. I'm the project engineer for this project.
And Mr. Khan is well known, but Mr. Khan, could you just state your license, if any, your educational, if your license current?
Yeah, my all licenses are current. I have testified in front of this board several times. And again, I hold a bachelor's degree
We
in civil
accept
engineering.
Mr. Khan as an engineer. He's testified plenty of
Thank you
times
very much.
before. He's familiar. May proceed.
Thank you.
Again,
Let me
Mr.
just-
Khan, you were retained primarily for purposes of the addressing some engineering comments respect to the grading and the lighting. And can you just walk us through the civil component of this application?
Sure. Again, as you all heard, like it's very minimum site engineering for this project, except for some of the major items that were referenced in Mr. Traficante's initial report and comments that were submitted or sent by him to us. The plans that you see right now, which were resubmitted, address most of the comments in the engineering report as well as in the Water and Sewer Department report. So I would say 80% of those comments are already taken into consideration in this plan. We'll just run quickly what will be the site improvements we are proposing. Again, as you heard, like there is the existing building, there's an H-shaped building, which is a corner lot on Tremont and Halsted, corner of Tremont and Halsted. What we are proposing, again, as far as those canopy signs, or what we are proposing is basically resurfacing the same canopy signs with, of course, daycare center information. So the canopy signs will be replaced. We are also proposing shade trees, 3 on Tremont Avenue and 3 on Halsted. There are existing 2 large trees on the property which will remain. There is an existing garage on the property which will also remain. We are showing some parking, again, just to be noted, and of course, Mr. Klein in his traffic testimony will expand on that. Currently, there is no resident parking. The residents park on the street, either on Tremont or on Halsted. So however, we showed some parking, mostly like, 2 parking in the garage and 3 tandem parking behind it. We get a comment from Mr. Traficante regarding these tandem parking and how they operate. So I will leave it to Mr. Klein to expand on this. But again, this is just to show that we have room on the property if need to be parked for residential component. However, for the daycare center component for the parking, this is the lot to the south of our property that we are talking about. There is a parking lot for the church building, which we are planning to use for patrons parking for the daycare use. As you heard, that there will be 8 parking spaces that will be allocated for the daycare for the parents to pick up and drop off the kids. In addition, we are, or as Ms. Moore mentioned, that originally when we had this plan, we were proposing a pick up and drop off for the quick patrons that have either phoned or text earlier that they just don't have time to go and park in there. There is enough room for 2 or 3 cars that they can just wait. They can just park in there in that area, temporary parking. Get their kids registered with the daycare center and then leave. So we have a room for that. But again, if it's up to the board, if they think that we don't need this and these 8 parking spaces in the adjacent lot are enough, we can always remove this pick up and drop off. And the sign that you see on the architecture plan, we also have it on our plan, and that is in relation to this area only, which is very temporary pick up and drop off. If a parent wants to come and see or meet the daycare staff, they can always park in the church parking lot and then they can go inside for a longer period if they need to. So And then we also did is, again, as I mentioned, that we got report from Mr. Trafficante about the stormwater. Currently, there is no stormwater management system on the site. However, all the roof leaders are connected via header system, and they are discharging in this area right here onto the surface. And then everything's just sheet flows towards either Tremont or Halsted Street. So again, as per the comment, what we are doing is we are extending the stormwater discharge line, connecting these leaders from the point where they are all existingly connected, and taking it into the street and connecting it to the storm sewer system, which is a combined system. And we are, instead of having the sheet flow to the adjacent streets or neighboring properties, we are directing all the stormwater from the existing building into the municipal sewer system. In addition, we are also proposing trench drains on either of the driveways. Again, this is just to contain the water going onto the street or city right of way, and collecting it and connecting it into the same discharge pipe that we are proposing. The play area that we talked about, it currently is an asphalt driveway, or used to be an asphalt driveway. The proposal here is that we're going to remove the asphalt and going to replace it with play area mulch, basically just for the kids to play and provide that open space for the kids to come out and play in the area. So this all area asphalt will be removed and will be substituted with the play area mulch. Okay, and then we also, again, there was one other comment about the lighting. So we did provided a lighting design plan. And again, we try to address all the comments that were initially asked for and are listed in the engineer's report. So we have a complying lighting plan. All these light fixtures are downward throw types LED fixtures. So there is no spillage or glow to any adjacent properties. So we are complying with the lighting, and the rest are construction details that we are proposing here. So
I do have, Mr. Khan, I just have a couple comments from Mr. Trafficante's report. One of them, just reference to page 3 of his report. Again, this is an existing building, but whether or not there are any easements for the awning encroaching in the public right of way on Halsted Street.
I'm not aware of when the survey didn't show up any easements, and I'm not aware of any easements that currently exist.
As well as regarding the basement, to allow the basement entrance encroachment. Again, these are existing building that's been there for quite some time, correct?
That is correct. This is the door to the cellar. And again, it has been existing since the building was constructed, and I'm not aware of any easement or any permissions from the city for this encroachment.
And in one of the comments in discussing with the owner, any harmless letter, we would be willing to provide that for the file in order to protect the city. But again, these are existing basements and awnings that's been there since this building has existed. And last but not least, there is a fence to the adjacent property owner. What is the intent of the applicant with respect to that fence?
The fences are right on the property between the church building and our building, and that fence is going to remain.
And we mentioned that you are providing some trees, and the applicant has agreed to speak with the arborist to the extent, one of the comments from Mr. Trafficante is respect to the shade trees, to speak with the arborist to determine the species for the shade trees, and we're acceptable with that as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I have no further questions. I believe Mr. Trafficante has his hand up.
You're muted, Chairman.
Mr. Trafficante?
Yes, sir.
Do you
Raise your right
swear,
hand.
do you swear or affirm that the statement or testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your title for the record, please.
My name is Charles Trafficante. I'm a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I'm in the employment of the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the state board. May I proceed?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Khan, I guess for clarity, your client gave testimony that the drop-off area, I don't know if you can answer this or if this is a question to say for your traffic engineer, but I'll ask you first, and if not, I'll pose it to him. Your client testified the drop-off area was going to be in the parking lot of the adjoining church, but your plan is still show one at the curbside. Which is it? Are you going to keep both, or are you still plan to use the one at the church?
As I think you heard from Ms. Moore also in my testimony, this was the original plan that because the entrance to the daycare center is right here in the corner. So this is for those short-term pickup and drop-offs, like either the people or the parents who have called in, and so somebody from the daycare center will come and basically register the kid in, and then they can take in. The same thing for the dropout scenario. And my understanding is like the parking lot adjacent can be used for long-term parent, like if the parent wants to come and see any staff members, or they have any questions and concerns, or they will be there for a little while. They have always room here in the church parking lot to park their cars and basically go inside the child care center. However, so the idea here for this drop off and pick up and drop off was just very quick, like maybe a minute, 90 seconds and things like that, kind of a drop off.
Yeah, that's all well and good, sir, but did you give any thought when you laid this out that you're so close to a signalized intersection, this could be an issue?
It is signalized intersection. However, there is a parking also available on the street on Halsted. So we are not taking away, and again, we are keeping our distance from the intersection, the 25 feet from the curb radii. So I think we have enough sight distance for a quick pickup and drop off here. But again, it's up to the board. If the board feels like this is something that can be eliminated, we don't have any issue with that.
All right, well, I was going to make a suggestion if you're amenable to it. Instead of holding 25 feet, could you make it 50 feet if the board chooses, to approve this? Again, I would treat it like a driveway because cars will be stopping regardless how short period of time. Our fear is people making during rush hour trying to get to work will be making a right at the traffic light, right on red, which I believe is permitted unless there's signage to the contrary. And you're going to have parents stop and drop kids off when somebody late for work driving right behind them and trying to, negotiate a right turn on red at that traffic light. That's our concern. Now, I don't know what.
Yeah, I think like I'm looking at 25. Like, so yeah, I think if we go 50 feet from the intersection, we will still have enough room for at least one or two cars to be parked there for a quick pickup and drop off.
Especially at night. That's the other concern.
Yeah, I think we have room. We can do that. We can move it to 50 foot.
Well, I'll save my other questions for your traffic engineer, but yeah, it's a concern. All right, other points to be made. You are removing the old driveway off of Tremont Avenue. That is right, correct?
Correct, yes, and it will be replaced with full height curb.
Okay. Are you planning to regrade that playground area so everything sheet flows to your new trench drain rather than gets pushed off into the neighboring lot to, I guess, what's that?
Yes, I mean, right now the way it's graded, sorry.
Yeah, the lot next door, which is East Orange, I believe, right? Part of this lot's in East Orange.
Yeah, the front portion, like this is the dividing line right here between East Orange and Newark.
Yeah,
so yeah, there is a portion that is in East Orange on the adjacent lot, and this triangle is in East Orange on our lot.
All right, but the question stands, do you plan to regrade that playground area, side yard play area, so everything sheet flows to your proposed trench drain rather than gets pushed on the neighbor?
Yeah, we can. That's the whole. That is the whole intention of those trench drains, to collect all the water from going over to the adjacent property or going undetained to the city right of way. So yes.
All right, I guess one, maybe two more questions. You did provide testimony that there's no known easements for either the cellar doors, the awnings, all right, or the awnings. And I heard a suggestion made about a hold harmless agreement. Now, I'm not a lawyer, nor do I try to be, but it's my understanding hold harmless don't run with the property. Now, I don't know what the story is. Should the tenant become a property owner, part owner of his property?
The
Maybe.
agreement would be between the owner of the property and the city. I've had several conversations with the city of Newark. They're not going for the city council to enforce easement agreements. We will provide that. If they require us to record it, we can certainly record it to provide the requisite notice to the public. But we would provide that to the law department and to your attorney for review.
All right, well.
I've had several conversations with the law department. They don't have the
Law
capacity.
department told
for that.
me, do not accept hold harmless agreements, they do not run with the property. So should the landlord sell off the property, that hold harmless agreement, I've been told, is worthless. So there has to be something put in place so that the new owner is made aware, should the tenant still be there, and that the new owner agrees to provide a new hold harmless agreement or something that runs with the land, runs with the property.
So we're running with the land. Again, I could provide this to your council in order for it to run with the land or requisite language. So if a title company, in the event that the property owner sells the property, tries to convey the property, that language indicated that would run with the land, so in lieu of going for city council and waiting 2 years to get an easement agreement, that is what I've discussed and what I can propose to Ms. Outwaters for her to review and provide a copy as if this board grants the approvals as resolution compliance.
Right, as long as it's put on the record and made known that, a standard hold harmless, I've been told, does not run with the land, so some instrument has to be put in place.
It's similar.
Okay, well, again, I leave that to the attorneys.
Thank you.
But just go on record, I bring it to the board's attention, all right, so. All right, otherwise, Mr. Khan, can you comply with all the comments in the Department of Engineers report to the zoning board dated March 7th?
Yes, I think more as I testified, almost about 80% of those comments are already being addressed in these revised plans that were submitted. But whatever the remaining comments are, we will be happy to comply with.
Just a note, Mr. Traffic County, your parking and traffic note number 3 will be, we were treating that as part of that traffic assessment report. So we will be addressing your parking and traffic on page 4, actually, paragraph number 3.
All right, yeah, the parking study, which we got, all right, so that's been provided, and I did review that as well, and you have a comment on that, I'm sure, right? You did get the comment review memo?
I did, we will be addressing it, yes.
All right then, no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chair, at this time, I'd like to bring my next witness, or be our traffic engineer, Mr. Lee Klein.
Good evening.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, sir, spell your last name and your affiliation with this application record.
My name is Lee, middle initial D as in Daniel, Klein, K-L-E-I-N. I'm the traffic engineer for this project. I'm a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, and my license is current, and I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer, and that certification is current and in good standing. I've been before this board before.
We accept, Mr. Klein. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman.
So, Mr. Klein, I mentioned that you had an opportunity to prepare a traffic engineering and parking evaluation.
I did.
In connection with this application. Can you just briefly identify the date of your report and discuss what your findings were and your methodology?
Certainly. I prepared a traffic engineering and parking evaluation report dated March 17th, 2025. And in that report, I identified the trip generation that would be generated by the 22 student child daycare center. And I compared that with the trip generation of the previous use of a 1,500 square foot bar. We're going to see a reduction in the amount of traffic generated during the PM peak hour during the weekday. And certainly on a Saturday, with this not being open, we'll see a reduction in the amount of trips as well. If you don't mind, I'd like to share my screen. I have a trip generation table from my report. So as you can see on this figure, this is a table from the traffic report that was submitted dated March 17th. And the trip generation is based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, 11th edition. And we plug in 22 students, and it gives us the trip generation during the weekday AM and PM peak hour. For a weekday AM peak hour, we're going to see 9 trips arriving during that hour and 8 trips leaving. That would be, the difference would be a staff member staying. That would be 1 extra car. And in the afternoon peak hour, 8 trips arriving and 9 trips leaving. And that again would be the addition of the staff person leaving during that time. So down below here, we have a parking calculation. And I've done some observations at other daycare centers to determine the duration of the drop-off operation and the pickup operation. And it's on average about 8 minutes. However, in this situation, it's actually going to be a little bit quicker because, as you heard from the applicant and the operator, they're going to have staff at the door to take the children from the parent at the door, so the parents don't have to come in and take the backpack off, take off their jacket, put their lunch away. It takes a few minutes and then go back out to their car. They're just going to say goodbye, and then they're going to go back to their car. So this is a very conservative calculation on an 8-minute duration. Each of the parking spaces would turn over 7 times. If we had 2 parking spaces, 2 times 7 is 14. We'd have 14 drop-offs or 14 pickups during a peak hour. And as you can see, like I said before, we have 9 entering and 8 leaving. So that's 8 drop-offs during the morning peak hour. And in the afternoon peak hour, it's 8 pickups. So 8 is less than 14. So we have enough capacity with 2 parking spaces on the High Hopes Church parking lot. So really, there is no need for the parallel parking loading space on the street. However, in my humble opinion, if a space is open, a parallel parking spot on the street, and a parent pulls over as opposed to pulling into the parking lot, they may be able to use that parking on the street. But if there is no spaces on the street, they'll just continue on that one-way section of Halsey, pull into the High Hopes parking lot, walk their child to the door, walk back to their car, and leave. During the shift change, we have 8 parking spaces on site. So the 4 employees, they'll have a floater, and they'll be sort of changing shifts one at a time. So the 5th person will show up, then that 4th person from the morning will leave, and then the 6th person will show up, and the 3rd person from the morning will leave. So they'll be rotating. So there'll be at most 5 cars in the parking lot out of the 8 spaces. I think that hits it all as far as that goes. Now, the 6 units that are upstairs, there's 2 units on the first floor and 4 residential units upstairs. They're existing. However, they're parking today. They are parking. They're on the street. That parking is already absorbed into the street system. So to do a parking study in the overnight hours to see about the residential, if I found 0 parking on the street, that would be okay, because that means that everybody's home and they're all parked there. So as far as I know, I have not heard any complaints about people not being able to park on the street for the apartments in the building.
One of the comments in respect to the report that you were, Mr. Traficante's report, that's dated March 24th, also asked us to provide a parking study from 9 on a Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Have you evaluated whether or not, in your experience, that's required based on, again, the off-street parking spaces that we have for the church and the fact that the residential units are existing?
Right, the daycare center is not going to be open on Saturday or Sunday, so the weekend parking for this change of use from a bar, which I would think, again, based on the trip generation, would be pretty active on a Saturday and a Sunday, the daycare center is going to be closed. So any burden of parking that the bar incurred on the street, that will be going away, and there'd be freed up parking spaces on the weekends.
So in your experience, or in your opinion, based on your parking evaluation, do you believe the parking is adequate with the available off-street parking located in the adjacent lot that's owned by the church? And that's
Yes.
133, 137?
Yes, based on the number of staff, the turnover of the staff, and the number of parents that'll be dropping off and picking up in the morning and the afternoon, the 8 spaces would be more than adequate.
And do you believe that the conversion from a bar tavern to a daycare would cause any impacts or detriment on the streets or from a parking perspective or traffic?
No, as a matter of fact, it would probably, like I said earlier, provide relief to the neighborhood on Saturdays and Sundays when the bar would be occupied and busy on a Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night.
So is it fair to say that respect to Mr. Trafficante's report for a more expansive parking study that you don't believe, in your opinion, that it's necessary and rely on your report?
That's correct, because based on the fact that the 6 apartments are currently parking on the street and they would continue to park on the street. And like I had said earlier, if I were to do a parking study to see how many available spaces there are and I found 0, that would be okay because the 6 people that are, if they do each have a car that are parked on the street, they're occupying all the spots on the street.
I have no further question or if you have anything else to add. Here, I believe Mr. Trafficante has his hands raised.
Mr. Trafficante.
Mr. Klein, quick question. All right, well, for the record, you say all the tenants already park on the street? None of those existing tenants? And is it the 6 apartments? Is it 6 or 5? Because the application said 6. I think you referred to 5 in your study. Somebody had 5. What's the number? 6?
6 apartments, 4 upstairs and 2 on the left wing of the building when you're looking at the building on the first floor.
For the record, did you find they're all parking out on the street? None of them use that driveway off of Halsted?
That's correct.
Okay, is that always gonna be the case or what? Because they may end up parking in your student pickup drop-off zone. You know, that could be, all right, if you're telling me they already park on the street, what's to stop them from parking in your student pickup drop-off zone? You know, especially overnight.
Well, during the pickup drop-off zone would only be from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from maybe 4 to 6 p.m. during the peak times if we needed it. I'm saying based on the 8 spaces at the High Hopes Church, we don't need the on-street loading space.
So is your client willing to just use the off-street parking spaces at the High Hope Church?
That's correct.
All right. Would that be something as a condition of approval if we recommend your client be willing to do?
I believe so.
Right. Well, for the record, I gotta ask. So, you know, that's a
Mr.
conversation.
Trafficante, I'm getting that response quickly. I believe that the answer, if I just ask my client to respond via text, please. Mr. Carf, you can continue. I'll provide a response. Thank you.
All right.
The answer is yes.
Okay. 1 or 2 more questions, Mr. Klein. In my review memo dated March 24th, okay, I had asked for testimony. You know, 40 available parking spaces within 300 feet of the subject site along Halsted Street and 6 available parallel parking spaces within the subject site along Tremont Avenue. Is that correct? In your report?
No, I don't believe, I didn't do a parking study because the 6 apartments are remaining and the parking for the daycare center is in the 8 spaces that are off street. I don't think I have 40.
Yeah, you did on page 1 of 3 under Halsted. Within 300 feet of the subject property on all sides of Halsted Street, there is on-street parking capacity for approximately 40 parallel parking spaces.
Oh, yeah, right. I didn't do a study to see how many were available. That's the parking capacity of that block.
Oh, those are just spaces that are there. It doesn't mean they're available.
Correct, correct. We don't need on-street parking, right?
Okay, all right. Likewise, same thing on Tremont.
Correct.
Okay, so within 300 feet, there's 6 spaces. It just doesn't mean they're always available. They're just happen to be there.
That's correct, because the 8 spaces in the High Hope Church is all we need to manage the daycare center.
All right, and then the last point I want to ask, okay, on page 2 of my memo, there's a bullet point, applicant's traffic engineer shall clarify in writing as well as with testimony to the board as to the dates and times of day noted for the counts of available parking spaces along Tremont Avenue and Halsted Street. But you're saying those spaces were not, that's not the case.
Correct. I did not do a parking study because the 6 apartments are there today. And if there are 6 cars parking, they're parking on the street. And the daycare center, at one point, the daycare center, I believe, was not going to have the High Hopes parking. So then they were going to have the loading space on the street. Then I would have had to have done a parking study. But because they got the 8 spaces off site at High Hopes parking lot, we don't need any on-street parking.
And can you tell us how long of a term that, that those spaces at High Hope Church, is that, for a year? Is it for 3 months? Is it the term, the time?
It's a long-term lease. I believe we coincided with the term of the lease itself for the daycare. So there would be parking, and that document was provided to the board. It's in the records. I didn't mark an exhibit because we did submit it before 10 days prior to the hearing.
And you don't see any problems with the same parking spaces with the church, whether it's for weddings, funerals, christenings, or any special events, a holiday in the week?
That's correct. Yeah, because the church is only really active on Sunday, and they were able to give up the parking spaces Monday through Friday.
Well, I'm thinking like Holy Thursday, Good Friday, those things, those once a year or twice a year events when there's something going on during the work week when people may still be working and the church has something going on.
I don't believe there's anything in the agreement that separates out a holiday or anything separate. It's just Monday through Friday, I believe.
And is there a school at that High Hope Church?
I don't think so. It's a very small building, very small church.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any
No
questions
further
from the board?
questions.
You may call your next witness.
And last but not least, I'd like to call our planner, John McDonough.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation for the record.
Sure. My name is John McDonough. My last name is spelled MC, capital DONOUGH, and I'm the project planner.
Mr. McDonough is well known to this board. Mr. McDonough, your license current, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Chair, I'm sure we know Mr. McDonough's address as well, so.
Mr. Madonna is a monthly participant planner for this board, so you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. McDonough, if you can just, before you start this, what, if anything, have you reviewed in terms for this application?
We conducted a standard planning analysis in connection with this application. There's generally 4 parts. You look at existing, what's there. You look at what's proposed. This is actually a retrofit of what's already there, so it's relatively simple. The zoning criteria, the applicant is asking the board to move on just 2 variances here, use and parking. So the relief that the applicant is asking here is a relatively short list. And then, of course, the criteria that would apply to the grant of that relief.
So if you can just walk the board again, you've indicated that we are seeking a D1 use variance where childcare is permitted in the zone, but not in the mixed use, as well as the parking. If you can discuss first the relative SECA standards and its applicability to this application and dive into your testimony.
Sure. What's interesting about this application is we're in the R2 zone district where childcare centers are a permitted use, with the caveat that they have to be in their own standalone building. The reason for the relief is because we're in a shared building that has residential and this non-residential component associated with it. The other thing that's interesting about this application is that although we are in a residential zone, there's already a non-residential use there. So this is essentially repurposing a non-residential use that already exists in the zone. And I think arguably the use that's there is more discordant with a residential neighborhood, that being a bar lounge, than an inherently beneficial use, which is what a childcare center is. So we're elevating the use of that space from its current non-residential use to certainly a higher and better non-residential use. Whenever we're dealing with an inherently beneficial use, the statutory test gets simplified. We've heard it called an analytical shortcut, where we don't have to go through the more detailed testimony of the special reasons or the enhanced, what we call the enhanced Medici proofs of site suitability or reconciliation of the omission of the use from the zone. It's a simplified 4-part test. We call it the Sika test because it was named after Dr. Sika, who treated persons with head injuries in a residential zone. And the courts established a 4-part test for that use and for all inherently beneficial uses. Again, an inherently beneficial use is associated with a very narrow band of uses, sort of the cream of the crop of land uses from a land use perspective. I always call them the mind, body, and soul uses, religious uses being certainly the soul, mind being our academic uses, and body being hospitals and medical uses of that sort. A child care center is right there. It's at the top with all of those uses that I just cited, those essential and important uses. Care for children is of paramount public interest. The land use law introduced this particular land use with special treatment back in 1970. Not something we typically see with any land use in the land use law, but there's a whole specific section that's dedicated to child care centers and the care of children. Looking at the 4-part Sika test, number 1, we look at the public interest at stake, which is pretty clear cut. The public interest at stake is quality care and supervision of young children. Again, going back to the statute, which was written in the 1970s, this is one of the few, if only, land uses that are specifically addressed by the land use law. It's in section 66 of the code or of the regulation, and it says that the land use is of vital public importance. This is going to be a small child care center, so it is not going to have a regional grab, if you will. It is going to cater to a local population, which in my view makes it even more beneficial. Another interesting thing is that the statutory language that rendered child care center a permitted use in all non-residential zones, as I said, goes back to the 1970s. And the reason cited was due to the influx of women entering the workforce. Obviously, that was 1970. Those numbers have skyrocketed since, so the use becomes even more important as the number of women in the workforce has substantially grown. That's prong number 1, identify the public interest at stake. Number 2 is the flip side, identify any potentially detrimental effects that would ensue from the grant of the variance. That's really been the focus of the board this evening. All potential impacts have been addressed: safety, security, pickup, drop-off, and importantly, you heard that there's another layer of protection here with the state licensing by the DCF, including regular safety inspections. Most importantly, the site can accommodate mixed use here. It has already, and we're moving that commercial space from one use to a higher and better non-residential use. This is a simple adaptive reuse application. The space is going to control the intensity of the use and keep it relatively small scale. Prong number 3 is to identify any mitigative measures to lessen those impacts I just gave you. As I always say to this board, this is an interactive process. That's what the courts say it should be. The board can certainly make reasonable recommendations that the applicant can listen to and certainly respond to. I think we've landed at a good spot where we don't need to impose any more conditions than those which have been discussed. Lastly, prong number 4 is just to apply that balancing the extreme weight on the positive side, weight against the very little weight on the negative side. lands this application squarely on the positive side. With respect to parking, I won't go through that again. I believe that's also justifiable under the balancing test addressed in detail by the witnesses before me, especially Mr. Klein, that this site will flow, function, and operate safely and efficiently without any substantially adverse impacts. That said, I believe the statutory test under the seeker standard is met and approval is warranted. That's all I have on direct.
Thank you, Mr. No further questions.
Chairman, you're muted.
Are there any questions from the board for the planner? I don't see any hands. I have a question for the operator. Mr. Sterling,
Yes, go ahead.
you're still under oath. State your name for the record.
My name is Chester Sterling.
What is the plans when the church has an event scheduled?
Again, according to our conversation with the pastor of the church, they say they don't do any primary functions. Any functions that they have that are like big functions for the year, they have a sister church that they partner with. That's a bigger location that they use. So they were more than open to allow us to use it Monday through Friday without any hesitation that they would need it during that time frame.
Well, and my next question before we close out, will your parents have like cards identification if they park there? They have to come for a meeting with you or anyone at your facility where no one comes from the church and have their car towed?
Well, again, the church is not operable during Monday through Friday. He made it very clear that their operation days are sometimes Saturdays, but mainly Sunday. So during the Monday through Friday day, we have full access to the church during our operational hours. And at the completion of our operational hours, we'll lock the gates back up. And then during the next operation day, we'll open them back up.
All right, now I want to see you on RLS because you got issues with church if your application is approved. Ms. Moore, you have any more witnesses?
I have no further witnesses.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, I just want to check on one thing. Mr. Traficante made a very valid point about the temporary drop-off space being 50 yards in opposed to 25, and we should make that a condition of approval. Because that was a very, very valid point. You're muted, Chair.
Counselor, did you make a condition?
Yes, we have no objection to that.
Thank you.
You may sum up.
Question.
Mr. Traficante.
I'm sorry. I had asked a question, and it was my understanding that the applicant agreed to forego the curbside loading zone and just maintain the off-street parking and drop.
We did. You are correct, Mr. Traficante. You are correct. That was asked, and we said yes. That is correct.
So we're going to remove the curbside drop-off pickup area. Is that correct?
That was the question that was asked, and that's what we agreed to. Yes.
So we don't need to move it. It's
Okay.
gone altogether. Just for the record. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Traficante. Any further questions from the board or the city's professionals? Seeing none, you may sum up.
I'll be brief. I believe the applicant has met the statutory criteria for this application. As indicated, daycares are inherently beneficial. The childcare is permitted in the zone, but a standalone. Protections as far as reasonable conditions that the board, if you hear from the architect that there is a separation from the residential from the daycare, there are safety measures. And I would ask that this board grant the requested approvals.
Thank you, Councilor. The board will now go into discussion.
Mr. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, this is a good application, and again, it's a daycare center. They seem to have a comprehensive plan for drop off. It's not a large place. And as always, the separation from activities in the building seems to be all taken care of, and they have a play area that's. I'm going to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Any other discussion from the board? Commissioner Riviero.
I will be in favor of that application. It seems like the applicant knows what he's doing. He does also have another one from what I understood. And the state has control over a lot of things in regards to safety. So I will be in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners have any discussion? I think it's a good idea. That location was Tremont Lounge for a very, very long time. I am concerned about the MOA between the church and the operator. Based on some of the things the operator has said, because if the church only functions, don't have a lot of functions there, how did they really know about how rowdy the bar was unless they were there or had some conflict of things that they had going on while the lounge was open? So I'm a little concerned about how that relationship is going to work, and I just think it needs to be really paid attention to, because the statement was, the bar is happy that the church is happy that the lounge is not going to be there, but there's also the statement of they only operate at a certain time. So to actually know the full extent, not based on rumors of what's going on, you have to be there and see things. But other than that, I will be in support of the application. Hearing no more discussion, can we get a motion?
Yeah.
Mr. Hall, Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I make a motion to approve applications ABA-24-22, 139-145, Halsted Street with all of
Second.
With all conditions, second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hall, second by Commissioner Comasayas. Call the roll.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes. Do we have a site plan?
Yes.
Get a motion to approve preliminary approval of the site plan.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hall, second by Commissioner Comasayas. Council Moore, the preliminary is if we run into issues. If we run into no issues, you don't have to come back. Call the roll.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes. Congratulations, your application is approved.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the board. Thank you. Have a wonderful
you.
evening, everyone.
Have a good evening. Call the next application.
The time is now 8:59 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-24-69, located at 67-69 Woodside Place. Block 611, Lot 61 in the North Ward. The applicant is Rosa Living Trust. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes to legalize existing use of property as commercial garage. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance to permit commercial vehicle garage and C variances for insufficient lot size, insufficient lot width, insufficient side and rear yard setback, insufficient building facade transparency. Site plan approval is not required.
Finding of fact, 67-69 Woodside Place. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of facts with respect to 67-69 Woodside Place, which is located in Newark's Mount Pleasant neighborhood on the eastern side of Woodside Place, south of Abington Ave. The total site area is approximately 2,204 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of detached family dwellings. And who is the council? Is that you, Councilor Oliveira?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mumford.
team
Nice
in?
to see you again.
Same here.
Good
Your-
evening. Welcome to, good evening. My name is Michael Oliveira with the offices of Chiesa, Shahinian, and Giantomasi, appearing on behalf of the applicant, the Rosa Living Trust. We're here this evening seeking a D1 use variance along with various bulk variances related to a standalone garage that's located at 67-69 Woodside Place. What we really intend to present to the board is a request for a reclassification of the use listed on the city's zoning records. As through our testimony, we will show the board that this existing building has been used as a commercial garage for many years and is in fact reflected on other city records, such as the tax assessor's records, as being a commercial garage. I intend to call this evening the architect for the project, George Fernandez, who will give you a brief summary of the current conditions of the existing building and the proposed renovations the same. I also intend to call Manuel Rosa, principal of the Rosa Living Trust, who will give you a brief report with regard to the proposed operations at the site. And finally, I intend to call Mr. McDonough, who will present his planning testimony, offering justification for the granting of the variances that we're seeking this evening. If I may, I'd like to call Mr. Fernandez.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing?
I do.
State your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation for the record.
Jorge Fernandez, Fernandes, registered architect, business address 75 Parkhurst Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I know that Mr. Fernandez is a frequent visitor to this board, and I would assume that his qualifications have been read and accepted on numerous occasions. I'd ask that he be accepted as an architect.
We will accept Mr. Fernandez as an architect.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, if you could please just give the board a brief idea of what's located at this site now and what's proposed by way of this application.
Certainly. I hope everyone can see the screen. This is the plans that were submitted. So what we have here is a one-story, 1,600 square foot building that pretty much takes most of the site, and it has a garage door opening and a door opening onto Woodside Place. And when I visited the site, I mean, it looked like it was being used as a commercial garage. It didn't have many of the features that are planned today, such as, for instance, an office, a bathroom, but it was being used as some kind of auto repair shop. What we have here is the proposed plan that we are proposing to have here. We have a 10 by 10 office towards the front. The entrance of the building is on the front as well on Woodside Place. We have a single man door and also a garage door, 16 feet wide. We are also proposing a bathroom, powder room, the toilet and sink, and a little closet for mechanicals. The rest is to remain as open space. We're showing four vehicles could be parked here. The intent is for this to be used by some kind of professionals, such as an electrician, plumber, etc., that would have work vans that you could park inside this garage. And while he's out working with the vans, he could park his own car inside this garage, obviously. That's really, I believe, the intent of the use of the space. We're not trying to continue the use as an auto repair garage. This will be used for a a professional to be able to rent and store vehicles, such as their work vans or materials. And we are not proposing any car lifts or anything like that, as that would entail a mechanic's garage.
And Mr. Fernandez, there's no, excuse me, there's no proposed expansion of the existing building. The work that needs to be done is purely renovation with regard to the exterior of the building and the addition of the office and the bathroom. Is that correct?
That is correct. I have some elevations here, which we're showing the brick. The building is predominantly brick on all sides. It will remain as so. I do have some photos that I would like to share of the existing and proposed conditions of the site. I hope everyone can see it.
Do we have this in the package, or is this Exhibit A? A1.
I don't believe this was submitted in the package, so I guess we'll have to mark it as an exhibit.
Yes, that should be marked as A1, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. A1.
So at the top here, we have the structure as it was. Again, you had the roll-up gates, both for the garage and the man door in the front. The facade was just painted and graffitied. It was ill-repaired. This is what my client has done since. He's painted the facade, changed the garage door, and removed all the roll-down gates in order to make the building more appealing. He also repaired the sidewalk in order to make the building more appealing and marketable to somebody who would buy it, an end user who would buy it, as well as the rest of Woodside Place would now have a much nicer looking building rather than the ruin that was here before.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I have no further questions.
Are there any questions for the architect? I'm sorry. Let me go back. I failed to ask if there were any objectors to this application. Please raise your hand. There are two I see in the attendees room. David Shear and Mike Sheehan. Please accept the invite to come into the panel. Are there any supporters? Let the record show there was two objectors, I believe. Are there any supporters? Timothy Digman?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supporter or objector?
I have some serious questions, and I'm afraid I would tend to be an objector.
All right, Mr. Digman, we will get to you. Just keep your hand up.
Surely.
Jerome, are you an objector or a supporter? Your hand is up, but you haven't accepted the invite. Justine Luce?
Yes.
Are you an objector?
Supporter.
Thank you. I see someone else. Please, when we ask you to raise your hand, if you're a supporter or objector, please raise your hand so we can acknowledge you when we're acknowledging those. I see people popping their hands in late, and we're trying to move the application forward. Teresa Caprione, are you in? Are you an objector or supporter? Someone with the iPhone ended in 9043. Are you an objector or supporter?
Supporter.
iPhone 9043, we can't hear you. Are you an objector or supporter?
I'm a supporter.
Thank you.
Supporter.
All right. Thank you. Let the record show there's, I believe, Ms. Mejia, 3 objectors and 1 supporter.
3 objectors.
No.
3 supporters.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board? Please mute yourself until we acknowledge you. Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the architect? Are there any questions from the professionals for the architect? Please turn off the second devices in the background and mute yourself. At this time, I will ask anyone that's objected if you have any questions in reference to the architect's testimony only. This is not the time for statements or what you feel about the neighborhood. You can only ask the architect questions about his design. If you start asking questions or give a statement, I'm going to stop you. Are there any questions for the architect? Please raise your hand. Mike Sheehan. Please turn your camera on, state your name.
Good evening. Mike Sheehan, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue.
Do you have a question for the architect, sir?
Yes, I do. Is the proposed changes to the building consistent with the current zoning or for his change in zoning?
Mr. Fernandez?
I don't believe I understand the question. The changes are purely to the interior of the building.
But
does that answer your question, Mr. Sheehan?
No, because it's not conforming to the current zoning, correct? And you want to change the zone.
Mr. Fernandez, are you clear on the question? I don't think are you, Mr. Sheehan, are you asking if he's changing the outside based upon the zoning laws? Because right now he's not changing the outside. He's only testifying that he's doing interior work.
Right, but isn't the interior work tied to the purpose of the building, which is tied to the zoning?
Mr. Fernandez?
As far as I know, this is a residential zone. This is an existing garage that's located on this site. Garages, I don't believe, are permitted, commercial garages. But then again, this is an existing building that's standalone on this site that's been there for many years, and that's all I can really say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Hold on, Mr. Sheehan. Zoning Officer Juma, you like to step in?
Good evening, Nana Juma speaking. To answer Mr. Sheehan's question, yes, the existing use is residential. It's residential parking. It's a detached parking garage. So the changes that are being made on the interior is related to the use, which would essentially become commercial based on what the applicant's team is describing. So the answer to his question, if I may, is yes. It's going from a private residential use to become a commercial garage. I do have, if that answers your question, Mr. Sheehan, I do have another question for the architect, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just one clarification then. If the change is granted for it to be a commercial garage, could it, with that change, then turn into, though not expressed as an intent currently, into a mechanic garage?
Is that for the zoning officer or for the architect?
Well, the architect isn't qualified to answer that question, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveira.
Then it's a zoning question. Do you want me to hold that till later?
Hold that question.
Okay.
Commissioner Riviera.
A little confusing how this place. This is currently a residential garage. It was been a residential garage for what, 5-6 cars. It wasn't a mechanic shop. It wasn't a construction company parking commercial space ever. who's able to answer that question? I'm sorry, I don't think it's the architect, to be honest. That that doesn't sound realistic
So,
at all
Mr.
to have a
Chair, this is
six-car
Nana
garage.
Joe speaking again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to answer your question, Commissioner, the use is residential. It was,
Okay.
I don't know how many cars was parking there, but it was never intended or supposed to be used as a commercial use. There are no previous approvals for commercial use in this structure or at this site.
I see. It just seems commercial. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Fernandez, your design is designing this to become a residential parking location or commercial?
We are designing this to be a commercial.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. iPhone 9043, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Gianni Luz. I'm a resident at 44 Elwood Avenue, Newark. I'm actually here at the location, and I wanted to show you guys what it looks like right now.
You can only ask questions to the architect. You cannot tell us what it looked like, give a statement. You can only ask questions to the architect in reference to his design.
No problem. I'll wait for my turn. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any further questions for the architect? Mr. Olivero, hearing none? Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Hazel has a question. You're muted, Mr. Hazel.
Sorry about that. A quick question: Is this facility being equipped with heat?
Yes, it's we are installing some split units for the office, and there's a gas heater for the space, the larger space.
Would that be customary to have a garage that's going to just be for storing parking vehicles? Would that be customary to have that heated?
That would be for instance, if let's say it's a plumber or an electrical contractor, maybe they'll have some equipment in there. Maybe they'll be spending some time in that space. It's really a matter of convenience.
Thank you.
Susan Shear, please turn your camera on, state your name.
Good evening, Susan Shear, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue. Again, I'm not sure if this is specifically for the architect or not. Why is the decision now to change it to commercial from residential?
That is not, the architect cannot answer that question. Please hold that question for later on.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Olivero, you may call your next witness.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call Mr. Rosa.
Mr. Rosa?
Yes,
Where are you?
I'm inside of the garage, which is not a residential building, nor it was ever a residential building.
Mr. Olivero? We got to swear him in and qualify him, Mr. Swear him in, Ms. Atwater.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation to this application for the record.
My name is Manuel M. Rosa, R-O-S-A. I am the member of Rosa Living Trust that purchased this building.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosa, if you could please explain to the board your understanding of this property and what it is, what it looked like when you purchased it, and what your proposed use is for this property.
All right. First of all, I'd like to clear up a lot of misunderstandings that I've heard take place. This building was built somewhere around 1954, 1955. It is a brand new building dating back to almost 70 years ago. The records in the zoning board office are incorrect. I do not blame the current zoning board office. This mistake goes back 100 years ago when this was one lot and there was some type of a carport / horse stable when there was only one family property at 390 Summer Avenue. Around 1930, 32, this property was subdivided. And that original residential garage, which continues to be a mistake on the books of the current zoning office, and once again, I don't blame the current zoning office, was never cleared up when that structure was demolished. Around 1952 to 53, Montefusco family, along with the Campione family, bought this structure, built it as a commercial garage for construction and trucking, and it had been used all that time strictly for residential purposes. So what we are trying to accomplish here is correct the wrong that has been carried for almost 100 years, goes back 100 years. I want to state to everybody, this has been commercial since at least 70 years and counting. So what I know about this property is we had Prime Environmental do an entire history going back to 1890, and it showed at the time that this was a horse stable and there was one family home. Somewhere around 1927 to 1932, during the Depression, this particular property was subdivided into 3 lots. This lot that we are looking at today, 6769 Woodside Place, was purchased by the Montefusco family. And at that time, around 54, 55, this building that exists today was built strictly as a commercial property. And it is also reflected in the tax assessor's office, the tax collector's office, and the building department as a commercial property, not residential garage. It hasn't been that structure since the 1930s. And the mistake that I'm asking the zoning board and the commissioners today is to correct that because it's been carried over for over 100 years.
Mr. Rosa, when you purchased the property, what was it being used as?
This property was being illegally used as some kind of a mechanic person that was here. And that person was evicted at the time that I purchased the property, which was in, I believe, June of 2024. And I have renovated this property. There was all graffiti here. It was an eyesore, not a good neighbor. I spent quite a bit of money here. I have already built 8 properties on Woodside Place. I have a 9-unit apartment building across the street, which is about $3 million of investment for this block. So this family and this particular investor here has been good for the block. A lot of the houses that are here, 8 of them I built. So I wouldn't have bought this property if it was a registered residential garage. It was never a residential garage up until the 50s. This was a vacant lot when the previous one was demolished, and when they subdivided this, this was a vacant lot. There will be a lady that sold her property to me. Her name is Therese Capriglione, who was the heir of the original Montefuscos and Campiones, that will clear up and give you the history that she was the heir when her great-grandfather and grandfather and father purchased this building and built it new. So the old information must be erased so this confusion doesn't carry on for another 100 years.
And Mr. Rosa, what do you propose to do with the site if this variance were to be granted?
This is strictly for my use or any use of anybody else for construction and basically construction and storage of construction materials. We have no intentions of putting a mechanical garage, a mechanical lift. That is not the intention. We just want to update this thing because when this was built, it was a permitted use. And every time there's a 10-year master plan and they rezone this property, it continues to be behind the times. So what I'm asking the board and the commissioners to do is update the times. It's a pre-existing non-conforming building. We want to legitimize what it should have been registered as 100 years ago and clear the record on this once and forever. My use, as I built throughout the whole city, new construction in every ward, renovate in every ward. I needed this property at that time strictly for that use. I have no intentions of using this as a residential garage. I'm in it. It's 14 feet high. It's only 1,600 square feet. We can park about 3 working vans and 1 car, as it shows on our site plan. That is the only reason why I want to use it for. And because I'm building across the street, even more so of a reason that I have that I wanted to purchase this property.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. I have no further questions of Mr. Rosa.
Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Rosa? Are there any questions from the city's professionals for Mr. Rosa? Are there any questions from the objectors? Please raise your hand from Mr. Rosa. Only to his testimony. David Shear, please state your name. Turn your camera on until you state your name and address.
David Shear, S like Sam, CHEAR, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue. I'm allowed to ask about the proposed use, is that correct?
Mr. Rosa is not a professional to discuss that. You're only to bring up discussion about his testimony?
I must say I was unaware of the long history of the property as just described. May I speak to the request the applicant is making?
Mr. Chair, I think this is a segment of the testimony when he's asking questions of the testimony provided by Mr. Rosa. I don't know what making a statement would do at this point. He'll have his turn.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. I got you. Mr. Shear, you can only ask questions about his direct testimony.
Okay, may I make a statement as a nearby
You cannot
resident?
make a statement. You can only ask a question.
May I make a statement later then?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Mr. Digman, please state your name, your address, and turn your camera on.
I'm trying to turn my camera on. It's not cooperating. Is that okay with you?
Understood. Just state your name, address, and ask your question.
Timothy Dingman, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue. Question for Mr. Rosa. First, I'm glad to finally know who it is who is responsible for doing some things that look like very responsible construction along Woodside Avenue. I am, however, concerned that Woodside Avenue is one-way, narrow, kind of difficult to navigate on a good day, and I am slightly concerned about bringing additional traffic to that road.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Mr. Rosa, Mr. Dingman is concerned about the traffic patterns that your vehicles may occur on the road. Can you answer that?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can, Commissioner. Mr. Dingman, this property is only 1,600 square feet, wall to wall, and it's set up for 3 vehicles and 1 car. And during the course of the day, there's not going to be anybody here. We take our vans and material, go to the job sites, as you know, or you may have heard. I build all over the city of Newark. I do great work. I'm proud to even say that. And during the course of the day, there's not going to be anybody here. They leave in the morning, they come back in the evening. We are not bringing any congestion onto the street. There'll be 4 vehicles inside the building. The garage door closes behind it. And it is not going to add to any problems you may be seeing or occurring right now. We are not adding to any congestion. Whatever our small operation is, because it's a small building, will be self-contained, and it will not produce any additional hardships in terms of parking that may be not available to everybody on this block.
Mr. Rosa, are you responsible for the residential buildings going up along Woodside Avenue over the last 3 years?
Probably over the last 15 years. I was the first to build brand-new homes further down the street. And at one time before I started here, you probably are aware, because I've been here in this city, in this area for 49 years, building and doing good work on Woodside Place. This was a dumping ground, as there were not enough of eyes and ears with new homeowners here. A lot of vacant lots that were extensions of the properties located on Summer Avenue. And there were times when illegal dumpers would dump huge truckloads of garbage, and no one could even get through. Since that time, I began to build 8 different houses. Other people were encouraged to do the same. This block has been an example of better living, better planning as a result of the new residents coming in and keeping this area better clean than it ever has been since I started up here.
Mr. Rosa, I have to say I do absolutely agree with you, and I do thank you for the work that I've seen done on Woodside Avenue.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Mr. Rosa, I do have one question.
Yes.
When your staff comes, are they driving and replacing the work vehicle with their personal car?
No.
Or are they being dropped off?
No, there will be 1 car that'll come in. I don't have a big operation here. Most of my construction work is general contractors. I want some of my materials, such as doors, some installation and sheetrock. It's not big enough to accommodate a big, gigantic warehouse. But whatever vans are here, we show 4 vehicles. Probably most of the time it'll be 1 or 2 at the most, but we do show, and we do have the capacity for up to 3 vans and 1 personal car. In fact, in this building, I've already put electrical vehicle chargers in the event there was an electric car because it's not that big. What we had here before was such an amazing pile of junk. What we have now is as an office was some kind of a makeshift, I guess, office. It was plywooded. I had to demolish it because it wasn't worthy of being considered construction. There were two half bathrooms over here, and nobody even used them for over 25 or 30 years. As a result, when I basically thought I can bring water in, because there was supposed to be existing water and sewer, it wasn't working. So I'm waiting for the Water and Sewer Department to give us the permit to actually bring in a brand-new water line, brand-new sewer line. We put brand-new sidewalks. We got rid of the graffiti. At times, this property was used for chicken fights, and there were people on Mount Prospect Avenue that told me personally they used to hear this kind of noise.
Thank you,
And so
Mr. Rosa.
I've eliminated that problem.
Mr. Oliveira, no, you may call your next witness.
If I may, I'd like to
Chairman.
call the planner,
I'm
John
sorry,
McDonough.
Commissioner Hall, you have a question? I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
for Mr. Rosa. What is currently going on there now?
Nothing.
Nothing.
We are.
Do you use it now? Are you parking there or?
No. We're still in need of water and sewer connections, which we've applied and paid for. We're just waiting for the permit. Once that comes in, there isn't going to be any employees. I'm it. You're talking to that person who's the employee. This is not a big operation. It's small. The building is on its own footprint, and it's already here since 1954, 1955. But the major problem that I've encountered, especially with the record keeping, once again, I emphasize, I am not blaming the current zoning office for the mistake that should have been corrected 100 years ago. I'm just asking to legalize the validity of this building really being a commercial property rather than it continuously be referred to as a residential structure, which it never was. It's not attached to anything that's residential, never was. And when it was only one lot, it was a combination of horse stall, horse stables.
Mr. Rose, I understand, but just for my clarity, right now the building's being used for nothing.
For nothing. There's no one here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board or professionals? Hearing none, Mr. Oliveira.
I would like to call Mr. McDonough, the planner for this project.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Counselor.
State your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation for the record.
My name is John McDonough. My name is spelled McDonough. My affiliation is the project planner.
Your license is in good standard?
Still is, Mr. Chair.
We accept Mr. McDonough as a professional planner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. McDonough, if you could please give the board an idea of the materials that you've reviewed as part of your preparation for your testimony this evening.
Sure. We started at the start. We went out to the site. We looked at the physical condition of the property. As you've heard, it's a site that's been this way a long time. This site is custom ready to accommodate what the applicant is proposing here. A significant upgrade of what has historically been there. And this is a building that was built for exactly what the applicant is doing. It is rock solid. It is well fortified to accommodate a commercial use, much more than we would see for a residential type structure. And most importantly, it's taxed as a commercial property, class 4A commercial, not only now in 2025, but I'm looking at tax records that go back to 1989. I don't have anything further back. Year after year after year, the tax department recognizes it as class 4A commercial. So this is an opportunity here to align the municipal zoning records with the municipal tax records. I think we know commercial properties tend to be taxed more than residential properties. That's your rateable base. So again, we're looking here at something that clearly has been taxed as a commercial property year after year after year.
Now, Mr. McDonough, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in your experience in seeing the construction and the plans that you've been involved with over the years, have you ever seen a residential garage with 14 feet ceilings and built in the fashion that this garage is built?
Never, and never as rock solid as this structure is built as well. This is an armored structure.
in your opinion, it was built with the intention of being used as a commercial garage as opposed to something where you'd park your vehicle and move and walk next door to your home.
That's correct. So the things that have impressed me about this application are, number one, the physical condition of the building itself. Two, what I have seen in terms of its past history. And number three, the size of the property. This is a very, very small building, 1,600 square feet or so. That's an apartment here in the city. So this is not going to be a large operation that's going to have a negative impact. And I do, Mr. Oliveira, have some exhibits to show the board, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please do.
So we're going to make just a couple of points with this exhibit.
Mr. McDonough, is this exhibit A or is this already in our possession?
This will mark this, Mr. Chair, and I will certainly give it to Board Secretary.
I think this should be A2, Mr.
This
Chairman.
is A2, yeah, because Mr. Fernandez had A1.
A2, for the record, we're going to start with the property itself. It's a single tax block. It does front on Woodside Place, which we know is a street that is transforming with positive redevelopment. We'll see that as we go through the photos. This applicant has played a big role in that transformation with the redevelopment projects and the renovation projects it has introduced. You'll see, if you didn't see it through Mr. Fernandez's testimony, the beautiful upgrade that this applicant has done and the care and the effort and the investment that the applicant has put into what was a problematic building at one time. Again, a very small lot. This is not a through lot that takes you all the way down to Summer Avenue, but really the smallest property in the neighborhood if you look at the size of some of these lots in the area. So the lot size controls the intensity of use here and the building size as well. Second page just takes it in a little bird's eye view. This is another satellite image where we put a little dot on the building, and you can see just how small it is in terms of the context of the neighborhood as well. So we're looking at very low impact in terms of the physical space that's involved here. Third frame, this is what Google shows us was going on here back in November 2020, before our applicant took over this property, and you can see the graffiti, the physical condition, clearly industrial or non-residential in its purpose. The other thing that impressed me about this particular photograph, again, is you can see the solid masonry construction of the building, the lack of windows, mitigate any impact with the use of the interior of that space. This vacant lot adjacent is not part of the subject property, so it is isolated to this masonry building that you see. That's a head-on view of, again, 2020 before the applicant took over. I went there at the beginning of the year, January 3rd, and this is what I saw. This is what you'd see if you looked in the inside there. The paint, the attention to detail, the framing of those interior structures that Mr. Fernandez talked about, and a building that's really custom ready to accommodate just a few vehicles in here, a building that will cater to the trades, the building trades, the carpenters, the plumbers, the electricians, and the like. Again, a very small space for equipment, for vehicles, or for supplies here, but certainly not something that will overpower the neighborhood given the size of the site. It's only 34 feet wide. It's only 64 feet deep, 2,200 square feet. The actual physical space of the interior of the building here is about 1,600 square feet. This is a view of what we saw from the air. We went out there today, and again, compare and contrast what I showed you in that prior frame. Look at the beautiful work that's been done on the front of the building. Again, this is an indication of the care, the effort, and the attention to detail that will go into not only the upgrade of the site, but the utilization of the site as well. And then finally, the last frame is just a reverse view. This is looking on the downside from Summer. That's the building at the top. That building that you see across the street is being done by our applicant right here. Again, another example of the beautification of Woodside Place. So this pattern is continuing, and the applicant is certainly doing that by validating this longstanding commercial use. It's certainly going to lessen impacts on the neighborhood that would be associated with demolition, reconstruction, or redevelopment of this site. keeping what's there and fixing what's there is as efficient as it gets from a planning standpoint. So with that, this garage has been used by construction and trucking companies since the 1950s. That's when this building was built. That's about 70 years or 70 decades. And as I said, the property has been taxed as commercial property for many years under Class 4A. Talked about the transforming nature of Woodside Place. And the plan here is simply a validation. This is not new construction per se. It's not expansion. We're not going up. We're not going out. We're just looking to validate the longstanding use of the site. Effectively, this will align the city's zoning codes with the city tax records and the actual use. There are no physical changes to the building, simply renovating the structure that's there. We're in the R3 zone where residential garages are permitted. This has never been accessory to a residential use. It's on its own lot here. And then we've got C relief to justify the longstanding existing conditions that are listed in your planner's report with respect to the physical placement of the building on the site. In terms of the justifications for the relief, I believe the applicant's met its burden to validate this use under the Medici case in terms of site suitability. The site is particularly suited by virtue of its condition and its context. Condition-wise, the site contains a small masonry garage building that is physically suited and well armored to accommodate the use. Contextually, we're looking at a building, a street that has a variety of uses, and the lot is amongst the smallest on the street. In terms of special reasons, the project promotes the general welfare because it retains a existing building, repurposes it, and puts it back to functional use with minimal, if any, construction impacts. Purpose G, the project will promote the planning goal to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations because it validates and restores the building to its originally intended purpose. Compare the before and afters that I showed you and that Mr. Fernandez showed you. Purpose I, the project promotes a desirable visual environment because the applicant has put significant effort, care into improving its appearance and neighborhood integration, both inside and out. And finally, purpose M, the project will promote the planning goal for efficient use of land because it preserves what's there, avoids demolition and other impacts on the neighborhood. Counterbalancing the positive criteria in terms of the negative criteria, use relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public by virtue of its small size, easily accommodates a small amount of vehicles, equipment, and materials. The operations are generally daytime operations on weekdays with some spillover perhaps into the early weekend on Saturday. No employees during the work hours. As you heard, they load up the materials, they take them out to the job sites. At the end of the day, they come back, park their vehicles, their construction vehicles in the garage, their vans, and they're not locked out of the site on the street. Lastly, the degree of departure from the zone's plan is not substantial. This could be a residential garage and it would look and feel exactly the same as it is now. So from a physical planning standpoint, this is not going to be any more intense or visually obtrusive than a residential use. Use relief can be granted without substantial impairment to the zone plan because it relates to a specific piece of property that has accommodated commercial use for many years, and therefore grant of relief is not tantamount to a rezone. Therefore, relief at this location can be granted from a use standpoint without any substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the R2 zone. This is not going to start a domino effect in the neighborhood. I think I heard one neighbor about a concern about a rezone. This is not a rezone. This is site-specific, limited to this site only. The board can impose reasonable restrictions as part of its deliberations. And I think you have an applicant that certainly is ready, willing, and able to positively integrate with the neighborhood. C relief is justified as existing conditions not changing. That's a practical difficulty that meets the hardship standards. All said, this is simply a validation application to validate what's there. I believe the test is met, and this will align your zoning records with the tax records. The criteria are met, and approval is warranted.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions from the board for the planner? Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, Mr. Madonna, you didn't show any pictures of what the outside looks like now. Do you have any? You
I
showed the
did, Commissioner
graffiti.
Hall. I showed you that drone picture and I tried to zoom in on it, the one that I took today. Let me see if I can get that back.
Yeah, you had the graffiti and all of that up, and I assuming that has changed now.
Yes, Commissioner Hall, can you see this exhibit?
I do.
Let me see if I can zoom in. This arrow points to the subject building and you can see what's happening on the front.
And the side is just a brick
Side is
concrete.
maintaining the brickwork that's there.
And I guess he cleaned the graffiti and all of that up, right?
It's all cleaned up and you can see the nice work on the sidewalk as well.
So you talked about some other things, uses going on in the particular neighborhood. What are you referring to? Besides, we know there's housing there.
Again, this applicant has been renovating buildings and redeveloping and doing new construction on the street. Taking older buildings that needed help, replacing them or renovating or redeveloping them. So the applicant is substantially invested in this street and certainly this area.
Mm-hmm. And the house, the blue house, that parking lot belongs to the blue and white house on the side, or that open lot?
That I don't know. That I don't know, Commissioner.
I would assume so, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, and to the right is
a vacant lot.
A vacant lot. I see something blue there, but I guess that's just
something covered, I believe.
Okay. And you said your testimony is that on the tax records, it's taxed as commercial.
Since at least 1989.
All right. Chairman, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Madonna.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Are there any questions from the board? Any questions from the board professionals? Any questions from the objectors for the planner's testimony only? Mr. Sheehan, turn your camera on, state your name, state your address.
Good evening again. Michael Sheehan, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue. I'm a bit confused in that Mr. Rose's testimony, he stated how much he's built up the neighborhood, added so much housing, all residential, and that's how it is now, but is nonetheless emphasizing that 100 years ago, this was a commercial property. I don't see how that's relevant that the neighborhood has changed to be so much more residential. I would think that it would be.
Mr. Sheehan, what is your question for the planner's testimony?
But I'm asking his planner from that perspective, that wouldn't this make it more residential and validate what may have been an accident or may not? I'm not one to make an opinion on that per se, but that this is in a residential, a vastly more residential neighborhood than at the time it was actively commercial and legally commercial.
Mr. McDonald?
Notwithstanding the character of the neighborhood, this is a commercial property that has existed for many, many years here. The building is there. You saw what's inside there. It could certainly lend itself to intense residential use. What's nice about a use variance application is the board can impose reasonable restrictions. You heard our applicant talk about the low intensity nature of the use that's proposed here, predominantly for storage, as opposed to a residential use that could turn this into some sort of hobby shop. Okay. Which would have noise, banging, clanging, and certainly more impact on your residential neighborhood there, in my view. What's nice about this application, it takes the unknown out of the equation.
I'm not sure about the hobby shop and how that would work, but another question I have you ever been into the garage on this block that belongs to 375 Mount Prospect, which is a residential garage and has 14-foot ceilings?
No.
Okay. So if you need to see that, I'm sure someone will let you in to see another building on the block that has 14-foot ceilings and is residential. And again, is my argument that it's, I think, more suited for the neighborhood at current as a residential as opposed to
Mr.
commercial.
Shan, do you have any more questions for the planner?
I do not have at this time, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shear, state your name, turn your camera on, what's your address?
David Shear, S like Sam, Chear, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue. My question for the planner, I believe I've understood from the testimony that there will be materials stored in the garage, that those materials will be loaded onto trucks early in the morning, and those trucks will then go to job sites. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so my question to you is, how and when do those materials get there? Building materials, construction materials, to my casual observation, are carried in on heavy
Mr. Shear?
flatbed trucks.
Mr. Shear, I don't think that's a question for the planner. That's an operator's question.
Okay, so can I ask that a bit later?
We can call the operator back after we finish with the planner.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, I apologize for not
It's
being
okay.
familiar with how these proceedings are, but
It's all right.
I also would like to know when I can lodge an objection to the applicant's.
When I open it up for statement and we ask you to take an oath to swear your testimony.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are there any further questions for the planner's testimony? Seeing none, Mr. Oliveira, you have any other witnesses?
I was muted. I apologize. If I may, I'd like to call Mr. Rosa back to answer Mr. Shear's question.
Sure, you may. Mr. Rosa, state your name. Remember, you're under oath. He's muted.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Mr.
I would
Rosa,
love
did you
to
hear the
I would
question
love
from Mr. Shear?
Yes, I would love to answer the question that Mr. Shear posed. Number one, we're not talking about 30 or 40-foot long trucks that are loaded with all kinds of equipment, 2x4s and plywood. We're talking about step vans, very small vans. At max, it would be 3. Most of the time, it'd be less than 3, possibly 1 car at any given time. There are no employees during the course of the day. If I have to just explain myself again, I'll do so. This is not one of those types of buildings that you would have a concern. First of all, there's no diesel type of trucks that would be big enough or large enough to be of concern to the neighbors when they open them up early in the morning. Our operation over there will be from 8 to 6, 5 days a week, 9 to 3 on Saturday, closed on Sunday. And depending upon how busy I am, we're not a large company, but I have made my impact on the city of Newark. We've already constructed in all the years that I've been here, and I've been here 70 years, at least 400 structures. On that block, I built a number of properties, a total of 8, and now we're doing the multifamily units. Now, the concern of 2 of the residents from 375 Mount Prospect Avenue, my prime environmental company that did this research that went back to 1890.
Mr. Rosa, for the sake of
Yes.
time, can you just answer the question?
Yes.
How
He has
are
no
you?
worry. He has no worry about large trucks. They're small, regular vans, no longer than an average size of a car. They're not going to be loaded with all kinds of materials as he may think. I hope I didn't convey that image to him because that's not the case. Small amounts. I don't have the room to fit or store the kind of materials that Mr. Sheeran and the other objectors had in their mind. That is not the same kind of operation.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. I have no further questions to Mr. Rosa.
Mr. Oliveira, you have any more witnesses?
I do not, sir.
Would you like us to open it up for objectors' statements?
Yes, please.
At this time, if you are an objector or a supporter, we will recognize you for 3 minutes. You will be sworn in, and you can explain to us all your objections, why the reason you objecting to it, why the reason you support it. You have 3 minutes. At the 30-second mark, we will let you know. Please raise your hand if you would like to make a statement as an objector or a supporter.
Yeah.
Mr. David Shear, please turn your camera on. You have to be sworn in. Councilor All Waters, Mr. David Shear.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the statement you are about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your address for the record.
David Shear, Schear, 375 Mount Prospect Avenue.
You may start, Mr. Shear.
My comments really are for the board, Mr. Chair. This is a clearly residential street. Mr. Rosa is making it more of a residential street per his testimony of continued building. My concern is that if there is now a commercial permitted use on this street with remaining open lots available, I'm concerned that other commercial uses are going to be permitted over time, thus destroying the residential nature of the street.
Say anything, just say there's other new homes for the neighbors.
Please mute yourself. Mr. Sheehan, are you done?
Yes, I've made my statement, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Teresa Capraglione.
Yes.
Please raise
Hello.
your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the statement you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record.
Therese Capriglione, Capriglione, 10 Wedgewood Drive, West Orange, New Jersey.
You may begin.
Okay. My grandmother bought that property for my father and my uncle. I believe it was 1951, 1952. It was bought purely as a commercial garage because both my father and my uncle owned trailer tractors. My father worked for Remco and my uncle worked for Mattia Printing in Newark. So from when I was a child, that whole street was a number of garages. Before Mr. Rosa started putting up homes, 3/4 of that street were commercial garages. I don't know what everybody else used it for, but my uncle and my father used it purely to house their trucks. They kept some materials in there, but mostly it was to house and keep the trucks warm. And there was some heating in there because in the morning when they would get there at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, they had to have the trucks had to be warm enough to start. Other than that, my aunt who recently died, she was 103 years old. After both my father and my uncle passed, my aunt and I owned the garages. She took care of everything. And at some point, she rented to a CPA whose son housed, I don't know, old motorcycles. He was a collector. What I found out after my aunt died was that CPA had also died, but he had lent it to someone who was holding cockfights or dog fights. I'm not even sure what kind of fights it was. But he didn't pay the rent, so he was evicted. After that, there was an electrician in there. The most recent people, unbeknownst to me, they rented it, they said, as a social club, which we later found out was they were, I guess, I don't know, when Mr. Rose and I finally were able to get in because
1
she
minute.
changed the locks. Yes.
Keep going. You got 1 minute.
Oh, when we finally were able to get into the building because my keys no longer worked, we found about 30 vehicles in there. So obviously, for the last 19 years that I rented to them, they were doing some kind of mechanical work that, again, I was unaware of because they changed the locks. I couldn't get in. There was never anything on the street. Everything was inside the garage. But since 1951, as I can tell you, it was always a commercial garage. And that's what we always pay tax on. And there was a garage 2 doors down and a garage they were all commercial. I don't know what happened over the years, but we always thought it stayed commercial because those were the taxes we paid. So I don't know what happened over the years.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Jesseline Luce?
Yes, Jesseline Luce, GIS, last name.
Okay, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the statement you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, and I'm sorry, spell your last name and your address. Thank you.
Jesseline Luce, last name Luz. My address 9697 Peabody Place, a few blocks from this area.
You may begin.
Okay. I understand, but I've been listening to the whole thing and I understand his concern about being a commercial. Since there's been a reservation, will be better. But for example, it's not like we're building a brand new commercial site. This site's been here for a long time. I drove by here many times because I used to have a friend who's a builder also on the street, so I'm familiar with the area. So like she said, it's not like we're starting from the beginning, building a whole commercial to be accepted. And I understand also about the area, for example, the street and the concern of parking. So wouldn't that be a benefit for the residents in the area that this since been a commercial stays a commercial? Because we're not building, you understand? Like this is an existing building as is. We're just renovating inside. So I am in favor and support of granting of this variance because I think it's the correct thing to do. It's been passed as a commercial and it's been used as a commercial for a long time. So.
Thank you, Ms. Luce. iPhone number ending in 9043.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am.
Luz?
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the statement you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Now you may state your name, spell your last name and your address for the record.
My name is Gianni Luz. My last
Turn the volume down.
Luz. I reside at 44 Elwood Avenue in Newark, a couple blocks away from here.
Could you fix the echo sound in the back? Someone is classing with your microphone.
Let me move it away to see if it's better. Can you guys hear me clear now?
That's better. You may begin.
As you guys can see, this property is existing. It's not a new construction. I'm familiar with the street. I have friends that lived here. I'm a real estate agent and I sold 2 properties on the street. As you guys can see, the tax records, the tax collector has been collecting taxes on this property for over 70 years because a construction permit was obtained by the city of Newark in order to build this property as a commercial unit. So I do approve this and I'm in favor of this because I believe he did an amazing job transforming what it looked like. And now we're going to be able to join all the departments in the city within the same classification as commercial, because even though the zoning have it as a residential, like the plan has stated, this property had been subdivided and now it's a existing commercial unit. There are adjacent properties, vacant lots that have been approved for the residential only. This is the only still structure standing as commercial on this block because permits were granted for this property to be built in the 1950s. And as they stated, we pay property taxes here as a commercial. So I am in favor of this project.
Thank you. Are there any further statements at this time? Seeing none, Mr. Oliveira, you may sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board, for your time this evening. I think if you look at this application, it is rather clear, at least to me, that this building was built for a commercial purpose. It doesn't make any sense if you look at the size of the building, the configuration of the building, its location. There is no home next to this where you would have a residential garage. So in all likelihood, and again, Mr. Rosa didn't cast any blame on the zoning officer, and neither will I, because she didn't even exist when the zoning on this probably got messed up. It was built for a commercial purpose. It's been used for a commercial purpose, as was testified by Mr. McDonough for years and years. It's being taxed for a commercial purpose. And all we're seeking to do is, as I stated in my opening statement, is we're looking to just create create or approve or solve an anomaly. It doesn't make any sense to me that this building was built as a residential garage. It just doesn't make sense to me. If you were to use it, how would you park the cars in there? You'd have maybe 6, they'd have to be stacked. It just doesn't make any sense for it to be used or labeled as a residential garage. I think that you got from Mr. Rosa's testimony that this is not being proposed as some sort of major development use for, a commercial contractor. This is for Mr. Rosa's personal use. He's developed many homes in this area. He has the need to have a storage facility, in essence, for materials that are used as part of his construction of these new buildings, which are improving this neighborhood. I would venture to say that with the number of vans or cars that would be going to this site, picking up materials and leaving, you would probably have less traffic than if you were to use it as a residential garage based on its size and the number of cars that would fit there, because you'd probably have to stack them. The cars would have to be backed out onto the street and then allow the car that's behind it to come out. And then you'd have to let the car go back in, which is creating much more of a traffic congestion issue than the use of the property for this small commercial enterprise. I think you've heard from Mr. McDonough that there is justification for the granting of these variances based on the history, based on the zoning and what's proposed as by way of this use. We're really asking for a correction to the city's records more than anything. And respectfully, I would ask that the board grant the D variance and the bulk variances that we're seeking this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveira. Before the board go into discussion, Councilor Atwood, All Waters, can we do a use variance on this? A use condition? If it was to be approved?
I'm not sure what you're asking, Chairman. Do you want it to only be used as a commercial?
Where if we approve this use, if it gets sold in the future, and the use that we're approving, if they need to change it to something else where it would become destroy the fabric of the neighborhood, they will have to come back to this board to get permission to do that.
We don't want it to become an automotive shop or anything like that. That's what
we can add that to the resolution as a condition of approval, so it could be listed as a condition.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm thinking maybe a deed restriction that would run with the land.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I don't think that would be necessary, because again, currently the zone is residential. So any change to this, if it's approved as commercial, would require coming back to the board anyway.
Right, but one of the things we notice in our city that we always get, people will go, well, it was already deemed this, so we just decided when we sold it, we were going to move in and do X, Y, and Z when it got sold to us, because we was told it was the history of this.
Right.
So if it was to get approved, I don't want someone else destroying the fabric of the neighborhood by all of a sudden turning it into a tire shop.
Understood. But again, if this is approved tonight as commercial, this business, any other future businesses would have to, one, apply for a CO, business license, or if the use changes significantly or at all, they would have to come back to the board.
Well, we can place the deed restriction.
Mr. Commissioner Commissaire, yes?
Just to Ms. Juma's point, I was just going to mention that if and zoning has been doing a great job of keeping up with this stuff. more so than before, that it would only be able to revert to residential. They wouldn't be able to get it more intensified. But I mean, if a deed restriction is agreed upon, then it's cool. But yeah, it's not going to be that simple going forward to them to change this to a more intense usage.
Yeah, I just, well, the board will now go into discussion so we can
Mr.
decide.
Chairman, if I may, before you go into discussion, I'm not objecting to the idea of some sort of restriction. I don't know that a deed restriction would be what would be a proper restriction. I think if you wanted to, you could list the number of services or businesses that couldn't be there. And Ms. Juma is absolutely right. This is going to be zoned or permitted as a commercial garage. It's not going to be permitted for an electrical contractor or for a mechanical shop or an auto body shop or anything of that nature, because that would be a separate and different application. You wouldn't be able to get a certificate of occupancy or, be able to license or use the property in that fashion.
Well,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Alvera.
if the
Yes.
property were to ever be sold, the deed restriction is what I would recommend, because then it would, the
But
next owner will then,
with all due respect, Counselor, restriction to say what? I'm not sure I understand. You beyond what what's permitted in the zone or what the resolution is granting this evening? I'm not sure I understand.
no, that the property can only be used for as a commercial, not residential.
Well, that's not solving your problem, because under the rubric of commercial, you could do almost anything. I think that you want to limit it to what your resolution says and what you've approved, that it's limited for a commercial garage as opposed to commercial uses.
Whatever's in the resolution can be added to the deed. I agree with you. We could add this restriction.
I don't believe my client would have any objection to it. I just want to make sure that, we're not, like, if he were to pass away, God forbid, or the Rosa Family Trust were to be dissolved, that he doesn't have to automatically change something because he's no longer the owner.
Thank you, Mr. Alvera. Thank you,
Thank
Council
you.
Hall Waters. I mean, as the board is now in discussion, any discussion from the board? Commissioner Camasanias.
I'd like to thank the community for coming out. I find it interesting that there even is a community to come out, because most people don't even know Woodside Place exists. I'm sure Mr. Hall knows, because he knows all the streets of this city. But
That's right.
that you only went up there if you were a member of the Jeep Club back in the day, or if you were doing nefarious activity or dumping. I think this is a classic example of existing non-conforming use that has been in the city for a long time. I respect the comments made by the individuals who showed up, and obviously love the area they live in and the fabric of that area. And it seems from the testimony that Mr. Rosa built that area. That's why you like it so much. I think the builder has a good reputation in this city. The street has come a long way. We can see that by how adamant the residents are to protect the fabric of that community. I don't think there's an interest by this applicant to destroy that fabric. It's just a matter of convenience. We already see that it's already been cleaned up. So pending approval, he still decided to do the right thing with the structure, and if you weren't bothered by the junkies and the prostitutes, I don't think you'll be bothered by a few vans showing up to park. I know the area well, 77 steps. For some of you who are from the area, you might know 77
Yes.
steps when you used to go
Yes.
walking up across, right? And it went from being a convenience to being just a violent neighborhood. And that's not what it was intended to be.
Right.
So I think this makes sense for the use that they need it for. And I'm agreeing that, in agreement that it should never become a tire shop or a mechanic shop or anything of that nature. So as long as I think our attorneys could work that out, I'd be heavily in favor of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Hall.
Yeah. It's an existing structure. The pictures Mr. McDonough showed us prior to the owner investing and fixing it up was already terrible. The way it's designed, in my humble opinion, it was designed as a commercial. The fact is, there's testimony that for at least the last 10 years or so or more, it's been on the tax rolls as a commercial property. It's an existing structure. It's a solid structure. It's been cleaned up in such a way that it doesn't stand out as an eyesore. My only worry, and I'm hoping everybody is right, is that it can't easily be converted to something different than the owner described, because what he described was something of low intensity. He wants to house his vehicles. He seems to be a good neighbor that has invested in our community. There was a statement made by one of the community members that this opens the door for building more commercial, and I don't think so. This was an existing building that was on the tax rolls already as I'm going to be in favor of this project, and I just hope that he keeps it well and sticks to what he says, and I'm going to be all right in the neighborhood with it there and existing, and now being properly on the tax roll. So I'm in favor of this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Rubiero.
Thank you. Thank you for the community for coming out, voicing their opinion. As simple as it seems to me, this is a pre-existing condition. The current owner seems to be taking good care of it, trying to improve the neighborhood. I thank you for considering Newark for the investments you're making, for helping our community, bringing work and new faces to our city. This is just to me, it looked like a commercial garage. I don't know for the rest of us from the start. That's why I asked that question. It seems like somebody dropped the ball along the way. I don't think 3 vans is going to make a major impact anywhere, even if it's 4 vans. It's not going to be that much work, right? And realistically, this is a city, and we will have cars driving up and down here and there. I work for FedEx too, so I understand about some volume deliveries being made that we don't take much longer than 15 minutes some places, even if we're dropping off plywood or whatever it may be, hardwood floor. I say it from my end. If I do it for you, I'll do it for Manny Rosa. I'll do it for the rest of the board members. I'll cause a little chaos for 10 minutes and I'll leave. you know, overall, this is a good application. Seems to be very, very good. I am in favor of this application. I will be in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivera. Any other board members? When you look at this property, and look at the design of the neighborhood, and I'm wondering, like, there's no way anyone tried to put a ranch style house here on this block in Newark. We don't have a lot of ranch styles, but I don't see a colonial style here. I see ranch. For somebody to label this as a residential and build that type of structure for residential, who was going to live in there? Honestly, who was going to live in there if that was just that one level ranch style residential on that particular block? I can't see it happening. I see the design, to be truthful, that it was designed to be some kind of commercial storage facility that's there. The neighbors came out, they voiced their concerns, which you should always voice your concerns, because when you're in that type of block, you don't want someone now having a tire shop, a mechanic shop. You've dealt with all the negative issues of that location as it was. You're hoping that Mr. Rosa now is coming there pretty much to store things that he needs to move around the city, because he has done a lot of development in the city. But sometimes running back and forth to Home Depot or Lowe's or Park Lumber or Caslanda Lumber puts stress on your employees. If you can get some doors and have them ready, and you ain't got to run back to one of those, it's better to do that in a facility that you already own, and be able to just go and say, "Hey, go get those doors and put them on," instead of going standing in a long home appliance store. So I think it's a great idea. I think the applicant is being honest about the intentions. I think the neighbor had very good concern about what was coming there, but I don't think it's going to change the fabric of that neighborhood because it's a pre-existing location. So I'm in favor of the applicant with any D restrictions we need to put on there and listing those restrictions so that it's listed out and it's not a major issue in the long run. So I'm in favor of the application. Hearing that, can we get a motion?
Chair,
Yes.
I make an motion to approve application ZBA -24 -69 -67 Woodside Place, and with the conditions on record of what it is.
Can we get a second?
Can I go over 1 second? 1 second. I heard Chairman mentioning a deed restriction. We weren't clear on that at all, right? There is no deed restriction. There is no deed restriction. I'm sorry, right?
So what we're saying is the deed restriction, but we're going to be the lawyers are going to work it out, the listing of certain things that we don't want to go there based from our position as a zoning board, which we have authority to do as a zoning board, to work out certain things that does not handicap the city, nor does it handicap the applicant in the long run.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry,
Yes.
for the record, could you give us the list of, put it on the record, the list of things that you would want to be included in the resolution or the deed?
If we do that, we don't want tire shops, we don't want mechanical auto mechanic shops, we don't want welding, anything like welding in the welder industry to come in there, those type of industries, and the steel automotive construction industry to be in there. Just those.
Mr. Chair, I think it's important that we list what's been described as the purpose also, and then list the exclusion.
Well, the purpose to me, the purpose is a mini storage, commercial use for mini storage.
Yep.
That's what I see as being used.
And it's parking of his vehicles.
Yes.
Part of it is storage. So I think it makes sense to put that on the record.
And this has happened a lot in the city. We've had things get miszoned, and people come years later have to fix it, and the residents really don't understand until you start pulling out the paperwork. We've had many properties come before us. Mr. Oliveira has been the counsel on some of these properties where they've been deemed non-commercial, and people been paying commercial tax on them all these years. And then when somebody else buy it, now this person has to deal with getting it fixed. So this is not the first time we've dealt with these kind of properties, fixing them. It's almost, for a while there, it was like every year we would get 3 or 5 that was zoned the wrong way. But since the new zoning board has come, the zoning laws have changed, it hasn't been as many. But Mr. Oliveira has been here, and he knows we've gone through his people having residential that was considered commercial and they was paying the wrong taxes, or they was paying taxes on a 2-family when they should have only been paying on a 1. So, and we've had to do restrictions on certain things. So I think that's the generic of the restrictions. Not having any mechanical shops or welding shops or tire shops come in there, or car storage, become car storage facility. Some people, like you said, they would buy a bunch of cars and squeeze them in there and be in there gutting them out, or you might get a chop shop that pop up if you don't to put a restriction on it.
Thank
Is
you.
that fair enough? Can I get a
Yes.
second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Was that Commissarius?
Yes.
Madam Secretary, call the roll.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, have a great evening. What's left of it.
You too.
Good night.
We have another application?
No.
No.
Madam Secretary, do we have any memorializations?
Yes.
Jad Waters?
Yes, we have 3 resolutions. The first one is ZBA 21-47, 9-13 Hobson Street.
Any concerns or dissents? Call the roll.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Mindful. Yes.
The next one is ZBA 24-23, 1033 Broad Street.
Any concerns or dissents? Call the roll.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes.
ZBA 24-63, 962-970 South Orange Avenue.
Any concerns or dissents? Call the roll.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes.
That's all I have for tonight.
Do we have any minutes?
Yes. Was 2471 not for today?
Oh, no, the attorney asked me to pull it.
Oh.
That one will be next week.
Okay, just making sure. Yes, we have the February 20th minutes.
Any concerns or dissents? Call the roll.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes.
That's it.
Do we have any reason to go into executive session?
No, no, sir, not tonight.
Ms. Juma, do you have anything? Are you still with us?
I'm still here. I don't have anything except questions, but I'm not gonna hold you guys longer. It's already 10:30. So I'll save them for your next meeting.
Oh, for the next meeting? That one might go to 1 o'clock.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Hearing that,
I can't make the next meeting.
can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion. Good night.
All in favor?
Good
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Maria,
Aye.
motion
Take care.
adjourned. Good night.
night, everyone.